What a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is...
Finals night, and it's another
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Hey.
Double 16 and finds that too.
Yeah, look at the ball. He's going to get the ball. Tops it is. And perhaps that's somewhat ironic.
Takes it with his first start. Lorenzo now double 10 for the match. Double 18. And he finds it with the second dart.
Okay, gotta go against the grain in a mud from a place that wasn't sterile. Get it done like it ain't no thing. Okay, I'm a flamethrower.
Hello, good morning. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series on the live lounge here in Portsmouth. The second day's worth of action in Group A, and it is Carl Sneyd that leads the way, although there's 4 players on 6 points following the first day's worth of action. Trina Gulliver's alongside us once again to talk about all of Tuesday's proceedings, and I suppose if there's one way to talk about Monday, I suppose unpredictability would be a great word to describe it.
Yes, it would indeed. And yeah, Andy Hamilton started off great in the day, wins his first 3, and then everybody else seems to catch him up. And, you know, like you say, there's 4 players on 6 points now.
Well, let's have a look at that table then, following the end of the first day's worth of play. Carl Sneyd is the player at the top of the table, but as you could see, 4 players on 6 points. This is going really well, Trina, so far, isn't it? Lorenzo Pronk in second place, Andy Hamilton third, and Joe Croft in fourth position. Let's kick off by talking about Carl Sneyd then. He won 3 of his 5 games. Didn't play to the best that we know that he's capable of in maybe all of his games, but what we did see towards the end was that 103 average against Andy Hamilton. Yeah,
it's he did. He had a bit of a slow start, really, and then as the day went further, he got better, and yeah, that 103 average was a great game.
In terms of Lorenzo Pronk, he also picked up 6 points. It looks like he's a bit more settled on the stage now, having already had an experience here. Yeah,
the first time he was here, I was here commentating then as well, and he looks far more comfortable now than what he did in his previous week. And yeah, you can see that as well, the way he's throwing, he's oozing confidence.
So that is the story of Lorenzo Pronk's day. In terms of Andy Hamilton, he lost his last 2 games, but in terms of the numbers that he put in yesterday, he must be really pleased with what he put in.
Yeah, he'll be pleased. Yeah, great start, like 3 out of 3 to start off with through the day, and didn't manage the clean sheet. But yeah, he'll be going into today quite happy with what he did yesterday.
And against Carl, there was nothing he could have done about it anyway.
No, that 103 average, that was just super.
So Andy Hamilton very much in the mix then, as too is Joe Croft. This is how the bookies will get, and they cannot split Andy Hamilton and Joe Croft apart. They're both 21-10 in terms of the betting. It feels like one of those odd sheets that you look at and you think, probably just take your pick.
Yeah, I think it's I think it's pretty fair, really, the way that they've got Andy and Carl at the top. But yeah, that's pretty fair result.
Well, it is 18 plus. It is gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, let's get into the first game of the session, shall we? And it sees Lorenzo Pronk in action. He takes on David Fatam in the opening match of the day. And earlier on this morning, I had a conversation with Lorenzo. Lorenzo, 3 wins from your 5 games on Monday. How would you reflect upon the way you played?
Yeah, good. I think yesterday's a good day for me. A lot of 4-3 wins. And the last game about Fatam, he was good, I think. Oh no, why me?
We were commenting yesterday whilst you were playing the match. Obviously, this is the second time that we've seen you here. It looked like you were more settled on the stage. Did the experience of last time help you in that respect?
Yes, a lot of more comfortable than the first time.
What did you learn from the last experience?
Yeah, how it works. The Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is good. And then the Thursday, Friday, 11 o'clock in the night. That is a little bit of difficult for me, I think.
And in terms of this week, have you set any goals and expectations?
If I would invite, I'm come. If I'm not invite, I will look at.
Well, we wish you all the very best, Lorenzo. Good luck.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
A very interesting character is Lorenzo Pronk. Really interesting conversation with him this morning, and we look forward to watching him in action as he takes on the Canadian-born and American-made David Fatam in the opening match of the session. And David really did turn on the style in this particular fixture yesterday, averaging just under 97 in a 4-2 victory for Lorenzo. His second appearance here, the 31-year-old from The Hague in the Netherlands, up against the 56-year-old David Fatam from Phoenix in Arizona in the United States of America. The Scorpion making his debut here on the Super Series stage. A man who's played at the World Championship in the past, and a man who looks like he's embracing every single facet of the experience in ports of this week. Jack Garwood is the man in the middle, world official from Nottingham in England. And he will call forward Lorenzo Pronk to throw the first darts of Tuesday's action. And if Monday's anything to go by, Drina Gulliver, well, we're none the wiser as to what could possibly happen.
No, the field's wide open, and with them all, the top four on the same amount of points, it's all to play for.
Carl Sneyd leads the way on legs difference because of the margin of defeat for Lorenzo in this particular fixture yesterday. Just the one leg that Carl Sneyd has the lead in terms of that particular metric. And you get the sense that, particularly for the four at the top of the table, getting off to a fast start is going to be of the utmost importance.
Yeah, they want to get off to a good start and, put the pressure on the others. And
135.
If they can get their own job done, then it's down to others to do what they can. This is where, with them all on the same kind of points as well, it's where each player can do damage to others. So, yeah, it'd be very interesting.
Well, day 2, and 51. David Fatam's already on to his third shirt of the week.
Yeah, changing twice yesterday. Started off with the black and white spiral
83. Lorenzo, you
shirt,
require 158.
Midway through, would hope a new shirt would change his look.
46.
Well, it's not quite the maze that we got lost into yesterday. Maybe a little bit more quintessential of a Weatherspoon's carpet.
83. Lorenzo,
you spent too much time in there, obviously.
No comment. Lorenzo looking at 112 for the opening leg. Double top to kick the day off with a ton topper. He's unable to do so, but David will come back for 108.
$40. Lorenzo, you require 20.
Lorenzo then for double 10. Takes it with his second dart. Takes the first leg of the day.
He'll take it for a steady start, so will Lorenzo.
Second leg, it's David to throw first.
He mentioned in that interview earlier on this morning that playing on the stage for the first time, he's definitely settled himself down for the second appearance. He knows exactly what's happening now, where last time there was a lot of unknowns. And I know we talk about a lot of the major things in terms of playing in front of cameras, playing in front of lights, but sometimes it can actually be the smaller, more nuanced things that are the types of things that you just get adjusted to, such as maybe the small, intricate things in the venue in terms of where the practice room is, where the facilities are in the building.
Exactly that. And it's like you say about small things, it's having that 10-second period in between each leg that takes some getting used to as well, and just a stage and playing in complete quietness as well.
Well, Jamai Vanden Herik was mentioning it last week that it's quite a unique tournament in the respect of you're playing on a stage and you know people are watching, but you can't see the people that are watching.
Yeah, and then when it comes to Saturday,
60.
what you've been playing all week is completely turned around because you have a crowd right behind you.
85.
Well, Lorenzo's led himself first to the finish, but David will feel like he's got 6 to set up here from 185.
97.
One's recover on the
Lorenzo, you
19s,
require
will leave himself
153.
188 if Lorenzo cannot find the 153, of which he's not up to the task.
81. David, you require 88.
To 88 now for David. .68 left, so 18s. Ball.
63.
Can't find it this
Lorenzo,
time.
you
So
require
a chance
72.
for Lorenzo to take out the 72. For Thompson.
52. David, you
Just
require
underneath, and so
25.
a break opportunity gone for Lorenzo. David has a chance to level up if he can find this 25. Two in his hand at double 8.
Game shot on the second
Vert's
leg.
last
David
dart in hand
Fatam.
right in the middle of the bed, and we're back on level terms at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Lorenzo to throw first. Game on.
When you first start playing here as well, and you're up on that, and then 10
100.
seconds, it doesn't sound a lot, but it can, when you're not used to it, them 10 seconds seem an age.
And I can imagine as well, particularly if you're a pacey
100.
player, when you're playing in a pacey game where by and large you're just heading up and back to the yoke, you almost feel like you're having a break within the middle of the match at the end of the
Yeah,
match.
you're actually pausing your stride. Whereas if you're a fast player, you normally just come round and you don't stop walking and you're straight up to the hockey. So yes, it takes some getting used to.
Did you change your approach then with that in
140.
mind, the 10-second stop clock, or did you try and keep it as normal as possible?
I think it's your frame of mind. I think
42.
the more you come here, the more you train your mind to do it, and you do it subconsciously then. But when you first come, it is something that you just see the screen with the 10 seconds on it, and you just think, what's that for?"
105.
So so it is different. But once you get used to it and you train your brain,
32.
then the more you return,
David, you
the more
require
you get used to things.
156.
And it is something that debutants are getting more and more intel on. I was spending a little bit of time with Scott Campbell last week, and he was spending a bit of time in the company of David Sharp, who was
100.
making his debut in Group C. And the first thing Scott said to him, don't forget the 10-second stop clock between the end of legs and the beginning of the next.
59. David, you require 56.
To 56 then for David. Tops it is. Can he use the barrel? He can,
Game shot on
and
the
that's a
third
breaker
leg.
throw.
David Fatam.
Moves ahead. 2 legs to 1.
Crucial breaker throw, and
Fourth
after
leg, it's
what
David to throw
looked
first.
like a positive
Game
enough
on.
start for Lorenzo Pronk, he now finds himself with a deficit to make up.
60. $134. $140.
Well, I thought we were going to see the first maximum of the day. Not quite just yet.
Okay, just awaiting
41.
its spark as of yet.
$100.
Well, David definitely having a better start to the day so far
43.
than he did yesterday.
Oh, we've got a bumper day of
100.
darts for you. 15 matches for your entertainment, live here on Pluto TV, exclusively live on Pluto TV.
43. David, you require 101.
And a very warm welcome to those of you that might be joining us from the United States. It's around about 6 o'clock in the morning.
61.
And I'm sure those that have woken up to watch David Fatam play will be very pleased with what's happened so far.
85. David, you require 40.
Yeah, and he needs tops now to go into a 3-1 lead. 2-10s then. And he finds it
On the
with his third dart.
David Fatam.
Does go into a 3-1 lead against Lorenzo Pronk.
Well, the doubling has been
It's
decent
Lorenzo
from
to
David
throw
so
first.
far, and that's kind of been the
Game
telling
on.
difference in this contest. For Lorenzo, he could find himself lose ground in the race to win this group. A defeat here would
125.
open up the door for Carl Sneyd and Andy Hamilton, who go head-to-head in the next. One of them is guaranteed to move on to 8 points in the group, and then Joe Croft will take on Ricardo
42.
Ulrich.
$140. $60.
And Lorenzo looking to set this up comfortably.
85.
Well, would have wanted more than that. But he is quite a way ahead in this leg, so not too much to worry about.
45. Lorenzo, you
David
require
doesn't punish
151.
the 81 at all.
He's just had the odd off leg, hasn't he, over the course of his
83.
Group A campaign as David. This one of them here. I suppose if you're going to have one, at least have it on the opponent's darts. And he does have the insurance policy of throwing for the match in the next leg.
100.
Yeah, that's
Lorenzo,
a
you
good point.
require 68.
So this is a must-win game leg for Lorenzo.
52.
Can't find the double 16, but he will be back.
$100. Lorenzo, you require 16.
Lorenzo spoke in his interview about having a 3-1 lead in a game yesterday and then being on the reverse end of the scoreline. It's fair to say he wasn't too happy about that.
No score.
Yes,
David,
indeed.
you require 154.
He'd be hoping rolls a reverse, please, miss. 3 more to reduce the gap to 3-2.
Well, it can't go now. So Lorenzo will have another
80.
chance.
Lorenzo, you
double
require
eight.
16.
Finds it with his
Shot on the
second
fifth
dart.
leg, Lorenzo Pronk.
And trails by 3 legs to 2.
Sixth leg, it's David to
David
throw
with
first.
the throw
Game on.
in this leg. And we'll be looking to wrap it all up.
And what he doesn't want to do is
99.
go all the way when he's had such a crumb of comfort in this contest.
Yeah, positive start.
17.
And that's unfortunate darts there for Lorenzo. And David will be looking to punish that big time.
Well, that 17 could see Lorenzo Pronk go under.
59.
Well, David doesn't really punish it. However, he does have the darts in
100.
this leg, so he's still favourite.
Been a bit of a staccato start for the pair.
95.
Well, Lorenzo losing a little bit of concentration here.
66.
It is early morning.
Yeah, it's just hit a bit of a psychological brick wall, has Lorenzo Pronk.
78.
David leaving himself on the big fish after a dozen darts to wrap the match up.
58.
And he's got plenty of time.
David, you
Doesn't even have to
require
go for this if he doesn't want
170.
to.
I think if he gets the opportunity, he will. Well, he won't get the opportunity, so he won't.
100.
I get the feeling he's the type of player that's just going to go for everything this week.
77. David, you require 70.
So there's to win it. And it would double his points tally, and it would be 2 wins from 2 against Lorenzo Pronk this week. Double 16
54.
does not go.
Well, a good score here from Lorenzo.
98.
Could put the pressure on a
David,
little
you
bit.
require 16.
Hope he gets a chance at it to level the match, but David on 16. He takes it with his
Shot
first
and the
start
match.
and
David
wins
Fatam.
this contest by 4 legs to 2. Lorenzo Pronk there with a 71-77, not playing the game that he would have liked. And an average there from David, 78-83. 4 out of 11 for David. And when we come back after the break, it's Carl Sneyd and Andy Hamilton.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, David Fatam got his first win of the day, getting the better of Lorenzo Pronk by 4 legs to 2. Our second game is a meeting between the two favourites to go on and win this group. Carl Sneyd and Andy Hamilton can't be separated with the odds compilers at the beginning of today's play, both 21-20 respectively, to have a couple of days off come the end of Wednesday's play. Well, let's get to know the two players a little bit better now then. shall we? Carl Sneyd, in the background of your pictures, had a superb year in 2025, picking up his first Challenge Tour title at Challenge Tour 2. Got the better of Tommy Lishman in that final. The 38-year-old from Oldham, semi-finalist the last time he was here. He'll be looking to go a couple better with his first week at the Live Lounge, up against Andy Hamilton, who is in search of a second weekly win, and a second weekly win in 3 series. The 58-year-old from Stoke-on-Trent, the former World Championship finalist, who, in terms of the day, put in the best daily average of 87.89 and had the best doubles percentage of anybody throughout the course of the session at 43%. But Carl Sneyd in this particular meeting yesterday just found that little bit of X factor. Average of 103.82. It was the best average we saw recorded from anybody yesterday. Andy Hamilton had the second best recorded average of the day yesterday in this particular meeting. He averaged just under 98, but he got no change for it. Sneyd running out a 4-1 victory. We saw signs of that X-Factor quality
48.
of the bomber towards the end of yesterday's session. If he can carry on where he left off yesterday, he's going to be a very tough object to remove.
100.
Yeah, he definitely got better as the day went on. And he'll be looking to carry that through
140.
today. And this, an important match really, like you say, between the two of them at the top. So they'll both be wanting, in particular, a victory in
125.
this particular match.
2 players that are on 6 points, and 2 players that will feel differently about their fortunes being on 6 points. Carl Sneyd topped the table overnight, and he'll feel like he never really got going up until the end of the session. As for Andy Hamilton, there was a point in the day where we were talking about him possibly completing the card, but he lost his last 2. He'll be happy with the way that he played, maybe a little bit disappointed that he wasn't able to capitalise it in terms of points, which probably makes the fact that these two are meeting right at the very beginning of the session a important encounter, because they can set the stall out for the day.
96.
Yeah, exactly that. And Carl leaving himself on 117 when he returns. Let's see what Andy can do here to pressurise that shot. When he can't find a treble, well, not a big one anyway.
117.
So 117 now for Carl. 17 for tops for the first leg of this match.
77.
Can't find it, so chance now for Hamilton to take out this 150.
But this was kind of the story of this game yesterday, where Andy Hamilton was restricted to big opportunities like this, unable to find the 150, and so Sneyd will come back free in hand at top to take the opening leg.
40.
2 10s then. Just on the wire. But he finds it with his third dart. Takes a 1-0 lead.
Looking at Carl's stats for the day yesterday, average of 87.3, although that probably was given a bit of a jump because of the 103 average in his last game of the session. Elsewhere, averages of 78, 86, 82, 91. So he was kind of playing around that mid-80s average region for the most part of the day. And apart from his first game against Joe Croft, where he was 2 from 7 on the outer ring, actually his doubling was fairly decent. Ended up with a running total of 38% on the doubles, 17 hits from 44 attempts.
100.
I also wonder with Carl as well that because expectations have shifted from how
99.
He's taken that, and I can imagine it does feel different as a player, where you've had that period where you've gone under the radar, which I think Carl has been able to do for a long time. Then suddenly you start achieving things, you start winning things. You go from being the hunter to the hunted, and I can imagine that's a difficult mentality shift.
Yeah, you have to. It is different, and it's something that you have to learn to deal with. It's it doesn't come naturally, really. And but every game that you play is an experience, you know, and you learn by.
128.
So this from here, he will be learning a lot about himself as well and how he can cope with things.
Did you embrace that tag of the player that everybody wanted to beat in a tournament, or do you have to try and embrace it?
Well, you have to try and
58.
embrace it. I think so. The thing. I mean, you can go into a room sometimes and you can feel the atmosphere from everybody else, kind of thing. You know, you know that you are a feared player,
58.
kind of thing.
And you
But
require
then that's hard to live up
130.
to at the same time. You know, you've got that expectation on your shoulders by others and yourself, of course. And you know, you can't produce it all the time. It's impossible. And it's how you cope with them times that you can't.
And this is probably why the round robin format, the Super Series, plays into a lot of players' heads, because you're going to experience the peaks and troughs, the ups and downs as a tournament
require
progresses.
116.
Sneyd looking for the break and looking at 116 for it. Single leaves tops. Tops it is. Although that was very close to a second treble 19,
96.
which
And
would have
you
left himself
require
on double
36.
one.
A chance then for Hamilton to level the match. Double 18. That's right on the wire. So double 9 now. And he can't find it, so
Carly
another chance now for
20.
Carl to break the throw of Hamilton. 2 10s. That's awkward. He has to move across, but finds it with his second dart. That's a great dart there from Carl. Break a throw and moves 2 ahead in this match.
Third leg, it's Carl
Off
to
the
the
barrel,
first.
and Carl Sneyd 2 to the good, and it's left Andy Hamilton in the background there, left pondering.
$96.
It was interesting what he said in his pre-match interview yesterday, that he doesn't really care what his route for the week is. If he wins Group A, that's great, but if it has to be Group B, if it has to be Group C, as long as he's into Saturday, he's not really perturbed about the route. He's not perturbed about the way it happens.
Well, that's a good attitude to have, because you can put too much pressure on
44.
yourself, you know. And it's not always an advantage winning the A group. You know, you have them 2 days off, and for some players, it can be good for them. For other players, you just get out of the rhythm of everything, and
46.
you know, it can make an effect that way.
Well, Jamai last week went to a local competition in Portsmouth, just kept the arm
100.
going whilst he had a couple of days off. He tried to do the right balance between keeping the arm engaged, but also enjoying the fruits of his labour. Went to a couple of nice restaurants in Portsmouth, enjoying a little bit of the scenery and the sea life that Portsmouth has to offer. And he was done by 10 a.m.
$57. $58.
I was looking to find a treble there. However, he does leave himself a finish. Big score here from Carl. Would really put the pressure on, but he can only find 60.
And he require 160.
Well, we saw this taken out yesterday by Lorenzo Pronk, but it's not going to be taken out by the hammer on this occasion. So Sneyd's got an opportunity to open up a 3-0 lead, and he may have to take out the 144, otherwise it could be broken.
Carly require 144.
Well, it can't be done now. So all he can do is set it up as best he can.
60. And he
Would have liked to
requires
treble,
60.
but Andy now back for 60. Big 5 there. Finds the 15 for tops.
40.
Can't find it.
Carly
So
require
an opportunity
84.
now for Carl to go into a 3-0 lead.
It may just be a dart at the bullseye here. Well, that's the bonus, double 11.
73.
Inside, and so Hamilton's back.
Andy required 20.
Double 10 then for Andy. Finds it with his
Chips on the
first
third
start.
leg, Andy Hamilton.
Break a throw there. And trails by 2 legs to 1.
Well, I say
Full
small
flag,
glimmer of a
it's Andy
chance,
to
but
throw
a chance
first.
nonetheless for Carl
Game
Sneyd
on.
that's gone a begging. He's been broken back. The game returns to throw at 2-1. Well, we saw in that previous leg the slip from Andy Hamilton to the single 5. It's one thing that he'll do when he has 60 left in hand. Because his darts stand up to
96.
attention, he'll aim for the bottom of the 20 bed. So when he hits the single, it gives him as much room as possible for when he goes for tops.
99. $41.
A little bit of frustration creeping in here with Andy. You can tell a little bit the way through his last start.
100.
Well, I suppose the key statistical difference in this game has been the
96.
doubling, hasn't it, so far? 2 from 8 for Carl Sneyd, Andy Hamilton 1 from 5 in this particular contest. And I suppose a little bit like the first game, and a little bit like what we saw
58.
yesterday. It's taking the players just a little bit of time to get going on this Tuesday morning.
Yeah, if they don't win the Group A, they'll all be aiming for Group B,
125.
which is the later session of the day, starting at 10 o'clock. It might suit them better.
96. Andy require 143.
Hope you got the coffee ready for Thursday night.
I haven't yet. That reminds me.
$40.
Well, Sneyd here
Andy
looking at
require
148.
148.
And if he doesn't take this, he could be in real trouble here with scoring a 2-leg lead. He went 2-0 to the good. Had an opportunity to win the last. Got broken by Andy. And the Hammer's got a chance here to square this game up at
43.
2 apiece. And will only need the one
Andy
triple
require
on the back of the 103 to give himself a dart at a double.
I can't find the treble 18.
55.
So a chance now for
Charlie
Carl to
required
take out this
105.
105. Oh, needed the treble 19 there. But does find the treble 14 with his
81.
last start.
Andy
To leave himself
require
24 should he get the chance.
$16 for double. Can he find a way between the two?
16.
Well, the flight was
Charlie
obscuring the
required
target, a shake of
24.
the head, and Carl Sneyd, who has evaded a couple of opportunities to be pegged back level, now has 3 in his hand
Games
to open
on
up
the
a
fourth
3-1
flag,
lead,
Carl
and
Sneyd.
all of a sudden, the bomber has the darts to win it.
Yeah, break
Fifth
and
flag,
throw
it's
there
Carl to throw first.
by
Game on.
Carl. Leading by 3 legs to 1. You could see the concentration there on Carl's face.
100.
Just composing himself before he takes himself to the oche.
He knows it's not been a vintage performance, but he'll
140.
know how priceless these 2 points are if he can accrue them. Eight points on the board. He would have
93.
denied Andy a couple himself. He's seen Lorenzo Pronk lose already in the opening round's worth of play. And so it gave him a real opportunity to begin to stretch his legs in this group.
66.
And Andy having no luck there. 2 treble ones.
60.
Carl really not punishing it. So no damage really done.
Yeah, you feel like an opportunity missed there, Carl. He could have really stretched away with his leg, thus the match, and Hamilton
66.
finding a treble is pretty much up in the lap of the gods. Carl Sneyd just about has the darts. 6 on 2, 4, 8, 2. Complete a 4-1 win.
60.
Well, he can't find a treble to leave himself a finish. Big score here from Andy. Could do some damage.
$81.
Looks like a tired arm there from Andy Hamilton. Kind of like a laboured last throw.
100. And you require 148.
A feel of 2 players that have been awaiting to get going. Hamilton 1-4-8 to save the match. Another one of them. He's going to head down here for treble 16, unable to find it. And so Carl Sneyd back for the match, looking at 88 to complete a 4-1 victory, which would put him onto 8 points in the group and perhaps as pertinently would deny Andy Hamilton an opportunity at a couple of points. The bullseye is found by the bomber. And Carl Sneyd gets his day off to a winning start. It wasn't a vintage performance, but he'll take the points nonetheless. For Andy Hamilton, a shake of the head as he walks down the stage because he knows now there's work to do. He's now lost each of his last 3 games in the group. Carl Sneyd, a 4-1 winner. Coming up after the break, Ricardo Ulrich takes on Joe Croft.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
jockey with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Carl Sneyd got the better of Andy Hamilton by 4 legs to 1. That moves him on to 8 points and moves him to the top of the group. The final game from the first round of fixtures is a meeting between Ricardo Ulrich and Joe Croft. For Joe, he can move on to 8 points, move joint top of the group alongside Carl Sneyd. As for Ricardo, the 34-year-old from Arnhem in the Netherlands, he picked up 2 wins from his 5 matches, including a win in this game yesterday up against Joe Croft, the 32-year-old former semi-finalist here. Played at the Tour Championship, also at the Live Lounge back in November. For Ricardo, well, he's having a little bit of a conversation with Jack Garwood about something. Well, it's all jovial. Well, it looks like Ricardo cannot wait to finish his conversation, and he's going to have the last word. But now we're going to have to get the darts underway, which unfortunately for Ricardo means it's going to be the end of what sounded like a really riveting conversation.
2P continued.
40.
Well, Ricardo with the darts in this contest. As far as his day was concerned yesterday, average of 84.13.
45.
30% on his finishing, 14 hits and 46 attempts. He won a lot of legs when you consider he only picked up 4 points from his day. You look at some of the games he played, lost 4-3 twice. He won 4-3 once, he lost 4-3 once. Won 1-4-2, lost 1-4-2. So he certainly got his fair share of legs when it came to yesterday's action.
He did indeed. And he was unfortunate on a few of his matches. Just didn't have a bit of luck
70.
that was needed.
As for Joe, he'd probably be the first to admit that yesterday didn't quite go to plan for him. His doubling caused him huge concerns. He actually had more attempts at a double than any other player in the group. He had 64 of them, but could only convert 16, 25% in terms of the doubling. If he can sharpen up on that, then he might get a little bit more joy today.
105.
Yeah, we had two different sides of Joe yesterday. You'd seen his foreplay, which he'd admit to, like you said,
40.
especially with his doubling.
Also,
we did see moments of brilliance. And that's the Joe that we know. And that's the Joe that we know. 170 checkout. Moves ahead.
Second leg, it's Joe.
And that was a break of throw. What a shot out that was.
What was it I was saying about Joe Croft being poor in his doubles?
What do you know, Henry?
46.
Absolutely nout.
$44.
I'll leave it to the experts, Trina.
I'm looking around the room for one.
136.
And Joe's one of those confidence players that something like that might just give him the spark for the day.
30.
Yeah, absolutely. A great start, and he'll get a buzz from that, and he'll be hoping to follow that through and
85.
extend that into the rest of his game throughout the day.
And we saw yesterday he beat
41.
Carl Sneyd 4-2 in his opener. Scored okay, missed a lot of darts at double, and that ended up being, as you mentioned, the whole story of how Monday went from his perspective.
81.
But he also looks a lot fresher. He spent a bit of time in Selsey, didn't he, at the weekend playing in the England Open, and maybe the journey early on Monday morning
60.
affected him a little bit.
So
But he looks like he's had a good night's kip and ready to go again.
He was the latest of all the players here arriving on
57.
Monday. Like you say, perhaps he felt a little bit rushed and didn't quite give himself enough time. Who
81.
knows?
So you require 96.
Two eights.
80.
But he's got plenty of time to make it 2-0.
123. Joey
Well, he leaves himself a finish,
16.
but will he get a chance? No, he
Edge on the
can't.
second leg. Joe Croft.
Takes it out. Moves into a 2-0 lead.
Third leg.
Got a
it's
bit of
Ricardo
zip
to
about
the
him, hasn't he,
first.
Joe Croft?
Game on.
And I suppose we were mentioning, when are we going to see the lightning of the blue touch paper today? When are we going to see that spark being
55.
fused? And maybe Joe Croft is just beginning to provide that here.
55. 25.
A few loose starts there from Ricardo. Pacey game this.
60.
Yeah, both got a fair old pace. It was a game which was won by Ricardo, as I mentioned, 4-3
95.
yesterday. Averaged just under 90 in that particular contest. It was part of that weird final round of fixtures, wasn't it? Where the first 4 games was
83.
timed a little bit scrappy and players were just struggling to find a little bit of a rhythm. But then
96.
by the time we got to round 5 of the day, everybody put in their best performance pretty much.
Yeah, and you've got to say the performance of the day
43.
really was the last game of the match, apart from the 103 average, of course, by Carl.
140.
For David Fatam, that was the best he played all day by far.
Yeah, everybody raising their levels as the day goes along, but Joe Croft is getting off to a positive start, and just when Ricardo Ulrich thought he may have had an opportunity, Croft piled in a maxi, which means his double 15 has to go, and it doesn't.
75. Joey require 80.
A chance now then for Crofty to go 3-0 ahead. Finds a treble 20, double 10, double 5 then, and he finds the
Edge on
double
third
5.
leg. Joe Croft.
3-0 to Crofty, and his doubling really is an improvement on
Fourth
yesterday.
leg. It's Joe to throw first.
Scoring
Game
2.
Yeah, this is really, really handy from Joe Croft up to press. 3-0 to the good, and Ricardo Ulrich has just
55.
been left in a bit of a spin here. And those couple of darts at double 15 to win the last leg, they're the only
100.
opportunities he's had in this game so far.
$45. $100.
Finds a treble with his last dart. 2 darts sat up well for him to follow the treble 20. And another max there
108.
from Crofty. His second of the match.
85.
So 6 darts and 2-2-1 to put a cap on what has been a very good job for Joe Croft.
57. $125. Joey require 164.
So he's already taken out 170, but the 164 won't go this time.
78. Ricardo,
A
you
chance
require
for
91.
Ricardo to take out this 91, to get a leg on the board.
31.
Went for the
Joey
double 17
require
there.
86.
Didn't work out for him, and that's not really worked out for Joe Croft. 74 left. He's going to persevere with a 54 to try and leave himself double 10, and now he's found another double 4. 62 remaining, and Ulrich will come back, and he's going to get a couple of darts at tops, providing he stays straight to keep the game going, and importantly, get a break.
39. Ricardo, you require 60.
So 20 now for tops.
Gage
Finds
on the
it with his
fourth
second
leg.
dart and
Ricardo
gets a leg
Ulrich.
on the board.
Well, that took a heavy ricochet, didn't it, off of dart 1?
Fifth leg.
It
It's
did.
Ricardo
It was
to
helped
go
out by
first.
dart 1.
Game on.
Indeed. And that was a breaker throw.
That was like a free kick coming off the wall and into the back of the net, wasn't it?
$56. $140.
Nice 140 there from Ricardo.
60.
So he's just beginning to get into the contest a little bit here, Ricardo. It's just felt like the last leg or so. He's just found a little bit of
41.
a uppage in quality. He's in a great position, having got the break of the previous leg, to reduce the gap back down to 3-2. And then Croft would have the darts to get the job done in the next. But that 140 keeps Joe Croft an interested party in this leg.
28. $58. $135.
That leaves himself 97. All Crofty can do is try and set this up. And that's a great shot there from Crofty.
Ricardo, you require 97. $39.
So Crofty a chance now to put this away for the match.
It's going to be 2 darts in his hand, a double 16.
Game shot.
And 2 darts is all Joe Croft needed to complete the job. He gets the better Ricardo, all right, by 4 legs to 1. It started off with the 170, and it was a really handy display from the man from Cheshunt. In the end, average just under 84, but it was the finishing that was the real highlight. Much better from some of the performances he put in that particular department yesterday. Coming up after the break, Andy Hamilton takes on Lorenzo Pronk. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed a round's worth of play on this Tuesday morning. Before the break, we saw Joe Croft get the better of Ricardo Ulrich by 4 legs to 1. The doubling a much improved performance compared to Monday for Crofty, and that moves him on to 8 points in the group. How the land lies now is Sneyd and Croft are both on 8. The 2 players in your picture here, Lorenzo, Pronk and Andy Hamilton, are both on 6, and David Fatam and Ricardo Ulrich find themselves on 4 points apiece. We kick off this round of fixtures with the meeting, as you can see, between Hamilton and Pronk. The winner will move on to 8. The winner will move themselves level with the top 2, of which Joe Croft takes on David Fatam, and Carl Sneyd
it's Andy
takes on Ricardo Ulrich.
Game on.
It feels like one of those moving rounds on moving day, where we may learn a lot more about who the contenders, who the pretenders are going to be in terms of winning this group, and who might well be slowly but surely dropping out the race.
Like you say, as the table stands at the moment, this again is an important game for both players. With them both being on the same points.
121.
In terms of confidence and things like that, who's it a bigger game for? Because both have been on a bit of a losing run over recent times.
I think Andy will be kicking himself from his previous game, so I think he'll be trying to make sure that he has the experience to try and put things right in this match then for him. And he started off really well there.
Well, both players are involved in games where neither player could really get going. Lorenzo lost 4-2 to David Fatam. Hamilton lost 4-1 to Carl Sneyd. Missed 6 starts at a double in the contest.
$83. $96.
So Andy now
92.
on
Andy
104.
104.
Finds treble 18. Now double 16 to take the first leg of this match.
72.
Can't find it,
Lorenzo,
so
you
a
require
chance now for
122.
Lorenzo to take out 1-2-2.
Got a handy guy for the treble. Utilises it. Bullseye.
Oh,
Yes.
The first leg, Lorenzo Pronk.
Taken with a plong by Pronk. The 1-2-2 goes.
Second leg, it's Lorenzo to throw first. Game on.
A good finish in there from Lorenzo.
119.
And a good start off to this second leg.
That's going to be a sickener, isn't it, for Andy? Missed a dart at a double for the 104.
41.
Left himself 32. Probably 48 half a chance of returning, and then hit by that sucker punch of the 1-2-2 finish.
Yeah, and a breaker throw there as well.
96.
So Andy's really got it all to do in this match. Just thrown beneath the treble 20 at the moment, and again below the treble 19.
93.
Does manage to find the treble 18 though.
$140.
Well, I had a look up at the stat screen. I was going to say this is tidy from Lorenzo Pronk. It's more than that. I know it's still early days, but average just over 107 and in a very good position to
Lorenzo,
open up a 2-0 lead. Plenty of
146.
time from this 1-4-6 to open up daylight.
Well, the last start was for the treble 10, but just manages to slip into the treble 15. But like you say, Henry, he's got time to correct that.
Well, he's got a couple of visits to
41.
take out this
Lorenzo, you
21.
require 21.
Take it out in 2. It's a 14 darter. Doesn't like the lie of this, and you'll be careful as to coming inside, but that's
13.
exactly what he's done there.
Just over adjusted there slightly.
Well, Lorenzo doesn't want to do it.
99. Lorenzo,
But
you
Hamilton
require
leaves
8.
himself on a finish, so Lorenzo won't want to do it again here. Otherwise, it could be in all sorts of bother. Could get a bit messy.
Game shot.
And he's got it. He's pinned it. Goes into a 2-0 lead.
Third
Hamilton
leg.
in trouble here.
First. Game on.
Will not want to lose the throw in this leg.
Well,
93.
he had the luxury of time, Lorenzo, and he utilised it to the best that he could, to the best of his ability. Second appearance for Lorenzo here at the Live Lounge. His previous appearance came right at the tail end of the previous series. Came in week 12 of Series 10. Didn't qualify through to the Saturday, but it's a very good list of players that made it into that Saturday night.
96.
Rob Collins, Lewis Gurney, Christian Perez, John Henderson. Chaz Barster would lose the final in the end to Jared Cole.
83.
That name sounds familiar. Jared Cole.
Yeah, whatever happened to him? Oh, he's now working a 9 to 5 somewhere.
140.
Well, this is a better leg
96.
by Hamilton. Treble 19 should be the target now.
94.
Leaves himself on 78. Lorenzo got a lot to do in this leg.
43. Andy
Doesn't
requires
leave himself
78.
a finish, so Andy will have 6 from here.
Bit of good riposte this from Hamilton after what has been a sluggish start to his day. Well, once bitten, twice shy. And Lorenzo not on a finish. He wasn't going to risk stooping low on
38.
the single 20. Ensured he had a poke with his turn, knowing that he was going to get 3 more.
59. Andy you require 40.
The tops now for Andy to get a leg on the board and finds it with his first start.
Leg, Andy Hamilton.
Holds his throw. And that you have to feel is very
Fourth leg. It's
important
Lorenzo to throw first.
leg for Andy.
Game
Not
on.
just for the point, but also for self-confidence.
140.
Well, for Lorenzo, you get the sense this is a leg. This is a leg in which he has the darts in, and this is the leg that he's got to make count.
Yeah, you don't want to be losing this leg against the darts when he's done the hard work so far.
For me, you'd have to break again to win the contest.
41.
Caution, get in touch with us here at the Modus Super Series. As you see on the bottom of your score graphic there, at MSS Darts on
43.
Facebook, X and Instagram. Any thoughts, comments, observations, do get in touch with us throughout the course of the day, and do drop a follow on those accounts because you'll get exclusive announcements on there, including next week's players, of which there is a name and which I think some of you will be very interested in watching, but we will save that bit of information for Thursday.
60. Lorenzo, you require 140.
Oh, the shot's not on now. Finds a treble 20 with his last start to leave himself tops. And Hamilton way back on 269. So Lorenzo looking favourite for this leg.
$77. Lorenzo, you require 40.
The top cent for Lorenzo. Takes it with his second dart and moves into a 3-1 lead.
Good leg that, 14 darter, and Lorenzo one away.
Fifth leg, it's Andy to throw
picking
first.
up
Game
his
on.
fourth win, and it would mean for Andy Hamilton a 4 consecutive defeat after winning each of his opening 3 games in the group. And suddenly Andy Hamilton goes from favourite to winning the group, or at least joint favourite anyway, of winning this group, to being in the position may well be scrapping just to get into a Group B spot before too long.
Yeah, something's not quite clicking with Andy
81.
today, as it did yesterday. He started off really well yesterday and faded in the afternoon. Perhaps he's going to do the reverse today.
Well, if he does that, it'll put him on to 12 points,
99.
which would at least put him in play, you'd feel, going into the final day's worth of action. But it would mean that he'd need to probably win 4, maybe even complete the card on Wednesday to go on and win the group. 18's only really good enough if the group is really, really tight.
92.
Well, that's good maths there from Hamilton. Leaves himself 170 when he returns.
140.
Good pressure though
Andy
applied
require 170.
by Lorenzo. Well, the shot's on. Not to be this time.
130.
Does find the ball with his last dart to leave himself tops.
140.
Well, if he found that, it would have been the second 170 finish we would have seen already today, and we're only into game number 4 of the session. But Hamilton
40.
to extend it, looking at tops, and he's finding a real surge here.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Andy Hamilton.
Back to 3-2 it is, and it's a 13 darter. And Lorenzo Pronk here being forced to serve this match
Sixth
out.
leg. It's Lorenzo to throw first. Game on. $134.
It's a good start to the leg from Lorenzo.
Hamilton has won a week here before. That was back in Series 9, Week 3. And I tell you what, he won what was a very
85.
tough-looking week on paper, particularly the finals night. Hamilton beat Jack Tweddle in the final. Bram van Dijk made the semis. As did John O'Shea, who we're going to see at Champions Week. David Wazowski and Carl Sneyd was also in that Saturday night. So these two do have a little bit of previous in this building. The players to miss out on that Saturday night, in case you're wondering, Mason Whitlock, Lee Cox, Bradley Roos, Adam Paxton, who since then, Pac-Man's gone on to get a tour card, James Hubbard and Anthony Allen.
44.
Well, this is a better leg here by Hamilton. Knowing that he must win this leg to take it to a deciding leg.
43.
Doesn't leave himself a finish. But
59.
neither does Lorenzo.
And so a bona fide opportunity to break has come to the fore here for the Hammer.
$60.
I'd have been hoping for more there. A big score here from Lorenzo. Could mean trouble.
140. Andy, you require 133.
Well, now he needs to put the hammer down. Not to be, so Lorenzo's going to come back here for 94 to get the job done and to complete a 4-2 win.
93.
Which would
Lorenzo, you
put him on to 8 points and put him on the shoulder of Carl Sneyd, for whom he plays in the next round of fixtures. He's going to get 2 darts in his hand, a double top, of which he only needs the one. And for Lorenzo Pronk, he's back on the board for Andy Hamilton. A promising start to the week has gone a little bit south for the man from Stoke-on-Trent. He's still got that smile on the face. He's very much enjoying the experience, but he will not be happy with the results of late. For Lorenzo, really good performance. Average just under 94, 4 from 9 in doubles. He coomed that 1-2-2 checkout. Next up, it's Fatam and Croft. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receiving the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Lorenzo Pronk got the better of Andy Hamilton by 4 legs to 2, averaging just under 94 in that contest. 4 from 9 when it came to the finishing, the highlight being a 1-2-2 finish. Well, these two look like they're having a nice little natter before the darts gets underway. Joe Croft and David Fatam going head-to-head in the 5th game of the session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Joe, an opportunity to move on to 10 points in the group and to move top of the table temporarily. As for David, well, if he wins this, it'll be 3 wins in a row for him.
First
He'll
leg,
move on
it's
to
David
6,
to
and
throw first.
all of a sudden he makes
Game
himself a little bit of an interested party in proceedings.
Yes, indeed. And both players winning their first match of today.
100.
Both players
122.
having a better day than yesterday so far. Crofty seems to have found
140.
his finishing. And David's general
44.
all-round game is better than yesterday.
Yeah, it looks like it's just beginning to click together for David.
100.
If Joe Croft can string everything together on a consistent basis, it will be a toxic mix for the rest of the players in this group.
125.
That's great darts there from David. Leaves himself on double 18 when he returns.
96. David, you require 36.
So double 18.
Can you get it off the barrel? He
18.
can't. Goes
Joe, you require
inside
99.
the double 18.
$51. David, you require 18.
So 2 9s and 3 more in hand.
Game
Only
shot
needs
on the
one on
first
that
leg.
occasion.
David
16
Fatam.
data for David Fatam to take the opening leg.
Second leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on. $140.
Consistent darts here by both players. Both kicking off with a 140.
85.
Well, the back of David Fatam's shirt says Canadian-born, American-made, which made me think, right, which famous people would be
100.
Canadian-born but are known as American citizens? Well, there's an interesting list of people. Actor Jim Carrey, singer Nelly
60.
Furtado. In the world of sport, Wayne Gretzky was born in Canada, but very much an American.
97.
Dan Aykroyd, comedian and actor.
$140. David, you require 164.
Well, it can't be done this time. Crofty will have the opportunity to hold
92.
throw.
Joe, you require 76.
Take out 76. Finds a treble. Double 4 then. Just
72.
inside the wire.
David, you require 72.
A chance now for David to take out 72. Tops then for a 2-0 lead.
52. Joe, you require 4.
Well, an opportunity to break has come to pass for David, and so Croft comes back for double 2. But cannot find a way through.
David, you require 20.
Just as we were saying, he'd sorted out his doubles. They come and return to haunt him. So 2 10s, 2 5s. And he can't find it, so
Joe,
another
you
chance
require
for
4.
Crofty to put this leg to bed. Finds it with his
Edge on
second
the
dart,
second
takes a
leg,
deflection
Joe
off the
Croft.
barrel, but does him a favour. Flicks into the double
Third
2.
leg, it's David to throw first.
And he knows it.
Game on.
That is the look of a very relieved man, and David Fatam, we did see him do this once yesterday, starting down on 19s.
118.
But Joe knows there's a huge opportunity in playing this group. If he can win this game,
140.
he's got a chance to really have a bit of a dogfight with Carl and Lorenzo for top spot. A real scrap
60.
for the bragging rights.
And when we go on about deflections, normally we speak of deflections being a bad thing, but in that case, you know, it works all well and good.
133.
It's interesting because Paul Nicholson talks about this a fair bit when he's in commentary, and one of the things he talks about is darts behaviour, knowing in particular how your darts behave. So if a dart goes in a certain direction, maybe utilising that and using that as a way, maybe, as you mentioned, to flick off the barrel, or knowing how your darts behave to give you the best possible outcome in scenarios.
Yeah, it's all about knowing what works for you and how your equipment
27.
behaves, yes.
David, you require 92.
Small things that make the big difference. This a medium-sized finish, which is taken with real conviction there from David Fatam. 14 darter, 2-1. This is a good contest.
Full flag. It's Joe to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, averages at the moment. David, 93.31. Crofty, 81.77.
42.
And there's circumstance behind why Joe is a little bit further behind. David Croft, a Formula 1 commentator.
98.
David Croft did a couple of your World Championships.
He did. I'm still in contact with him.
135.
When he can be bothered to text back, that is. If you're listening, Crofty.
Yeah, I suppose when he's in Monaco and
95.
Abu Dhabi and all the posh places in Italy, I suppose you can understand.
No, you know, I suppose he's got other people better to talk to.
94.
I'll forgive him.
Well, it's more lights out and away we throw on this Tuesday morning than lights out and away we go. But the key for all the 6 players in this group is to pass the checkered flag first in this Group A and stand on top of the podium, which will give them a place into Saturday night's finale.
58. Joe, you require 130.
No Valenchita, though, in this sport. Double 5. That would have been bellissima.
120. David, you require 150.
Beautiful. Just deciding which way
92.
to go.
Joe, you require 10.
So 10 now for Crofty. Double 2 again.
6. David, you require
It's
58.
beginning to be a bit of a nightmare double for Crofty. Tops now for David. Well, he slips into the 5.
26. Joe, you require 4.
Well, it was double 2 that won Joe Crofty's first leg. And it'll also win him his second, and level we are at 2 apiece.
A bit of a blow of the cheeks then. Just so, whew, there you go.
5th flag, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Cheeky grin there from Crofty.
I get the sense what he's showing on the outside is a little bit different to how he's feeling on the inside.
Oh, of course. His heart will be skipping a beat inside.
59. $60.
A 2 apiece now.
Crofty
firing in a max. First of this match. To put pressure on the
60.
David's throw.
Big passage in play. Locked and level at 2-2, and Croft looking to get the breaker throw, and that maximum will go a long way towards achieving that. Back-to-back 180s for Crofty.
Yeah, leaves himself 82 when he returns.
100. Joe, you require 82.
17 now for tops.
62. David, you require 141.
Howie will be hopeful that Fatam cannot take out the 141, and he isn't up to the task. And so Croft, who's left himself on 2/10 after 12, really good leg against the darts. But now looking to finish the job off. This has been the Achilles heel.
Yeah, just takes a step back. Composes himself.
16.
Just finds
David,
a one
you
as well with his
require
last start. So
44.
opportunity now for David to keep a hold of throw here. Double 16 then. Double 8. He finds it with his
Shot on the
third
fifth
dart,
leg,
moves into a
David Fatam.
3-2 lead.
Well, more missed opportunities come
Sixth
back to
leg,
cost
it's
Joe
Joe to
Croft
throw
dearly,
first.
and David Fatam
Game
knows
on.
that he's in front in this game, but it's a game that he'll probably feel fortunate to have the ascendancy in.
140.
Yeah, a leg there where Crofty put in 2 back-to-back 180s and lost the leg.
Well, less David Croft, more Murray
60.
Walker, what Joe Croft's thinking now. No, 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 as opposed to go, go, go.
54.
Well, good recovery there with his last dart. Finds the treble 19.
46.
David pontificating his options here.
45.
Pontificating.
$91.
I'm impressed. What does it mean?
He's having a good think, Trina.
Well, I thought I figured that one.
41.
Crofty leaves himself
Joe, you require
170.
170.
Can he take it out?
56.
Not this time. He took it out in his previous game against Ricardo.
80. Joe, you require 114.
He's still got 6 here from 114. They only need the 3.
Game shot.
Well, I
on the
suppose that's
sixth
the irony
leg.
of the
Joe
situation, because when it's come to those types of ton plus finishes, there's not been a problem at all for Joe Croft. But it's been when he's
Seventh
had
and
3
final
in
leg.
hand
It's
where
David to
he's
throw
spurned
first.
chance after chance.
Game
But
on.
we're back at an equal kill to a back level at 3-3. What he's showing on the outside, I am sure, is antiphasized on the inside.
134.
Antiphasized.
Bit like antithesis.
Antithesis.
42.
I ate a dictionary for breakfast.
Clearly.
Some would say I got verbal diarrhea, but less said the
100.
better.
That's
137.
good darts there from Joe.
$100.
David leaves himself on 167.
100. David, you require 167.
So treble 20 is the target. Can't be found.
59.
But what Joe can do here is try and put in a big score to give him a chance.
125.
Should he get one?
David, you
Well,
require
that treblets visit
108.
there, David, did open the door for Joe, and because he managed to find a couple of big trebles, has left himself on a 2-darter. But he may not even get a look at it. He's not going to get a look at it
And the
because
match,
David Fatam
David
finds the
Fatam.
108 to emphatically beat Joe Croft in a last leg decide. It was a really solid final leg display as David Fatam gives off vibes that can only be described as dad dancing. I've definitely seen that at a wedding or two in my time. As for David Fatam, he's seen a win or two like that in his time. A 4-3 win against Joe Croft, rounded off a 108 checkout. Coming up after the break, Carl Sneyd takes on Ricardo Ulrich.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there,
require
George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're about to get the final game from the second round of fixtures underway. And it is a meeting between Carl Sneyd and Ricardo Ulrich. For Carl, an opportunity to move on to 10 points. And in doing so, would guarantee that he'd have a 2-point lead at the top of the group going into the third round's worth of action for the day. He takes on Ricardo Ulrich, who is looking to move on to 6. And he's looking to move off bottom position in the table as well. There's actually a
First
conceivability
leg,
that
it's Carl to throw first.
Ricardo wins this game by
Game on.
a 2-leg scoreline, Andy Hamilton will be bottom of the group following the end of the second round's worth of play. And at the beginning of the session, that was a inconceivable possibility when you consider the fact he was joint favourite to win the group.
Yeah, it just shows you how quickly things can change.
140.
Well, let's hope for a cracker of a match here between Sneyd and Ulrich.
43.
Carl opened up the day with a 4-1 win over Andy Hamilton. Wasn't his rip-roaring best, averaged just underneath the 80 mark, but
83.
I suppose it was one of those games where he just managed to get the job done and you just move on for it. Whereas Ricardo lost out 4-1 to Joe Croft in his opener.
6.
Well, as you said, Andy Hamilton and Carl Sneyd game was
95.
a very important match with them going into today as favourites. And an important match for both of them. And
56.
Carl came out on top. So maybe that's planted a bit of a negative seed in Andy Hamilton's head. The possibility that he could find himself at the bottom of the table.
And we'll see how glass half full Andy really is, if that's the case after what's been a torrid start to the day. But it's Ricardo here who's got off to the better start of the two, looking for the breaker throw in this opening leg. He's going to leave himself on tops upon his return, and Carl really unable to do anything on throwing this leg, not left himself on a finish after 5 visits to the board.
60. Ricardo, you require 40. Game shot on the first
Takes
leg.
it with his second
Ricardo,
dart.
Ulrich.
Goes into a 1-0 lead, and that was a breaker throw.
Second leg, it's Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
And Carl has had a 3-game break here. So
134.
might take him a little while to get back into the groove. Can make a difference sometimes. All depends whether he's been
81.
out back practicing or whether he's been sat and just resting. All depends on each
81.
player's preparation as to what they think is best for them.
Yeah, different players preparing different ways. Mervyn King, if he was playing here, would probably have been outside the door at 4 o'clock this morning.
Absolutely. I've never known anybody practice like him.
93.
And then you get the other side of the coin, players that will just chuck a couple of darts, say, yep, I'm ready, let's move on.
Scott Taylor
100.
comes to mind.
Kind of Whitehead, I know, pretty much just sits down, relaxes, and enjoys other people's company before going on stage. Likes to keep it as relaxed as possible, and then will just pretty much do what he needs to do to tick over, and nothing really more than that.
60. Ricardo, you require 98.
So 78 left, so 20 now.
58.
Tops when he returns, if he does, because of course Carl could take out this 160. Well, that's a good start. That's a great second. Tops then.
100.
Just misses out.
Ricardo, you require 40.
I don't know about you, but that was one of those 160s after that second dart you half fancied to go. And he's not going to get another look at the double 10. Ricardo Ulrich has opened up a 2-0 lead, and we called today moving day, but really nobody's doing any kind of moving whatsoever. The players at the top of the group are finding it a little bit difficult, which is opening up the door for the likes of Ricardo. Wins this, he's only a couple of points off Carl. And David Fatam, who was 33-1 with the bookies before a dart was thrown,
59.
Conceivably could be level on points with the top of the group, potentially come the end of the next round of fixtures.
59.
Yeah, Carl's struggling to find any scoring power here.
83.
Well, does find 2 trebles there, much needed as well. But here comes Ricardo.
140.
Bangs in a 140 himself.
93.
Huge last start there to leave himself on a finish, but Ricardo will feel like he's got 6 or 2:19. He would have seen Carl Sneyd miss the
140.
tops of the 160 in the previous leg.
Well, can't find the second treble.
140.
But does leave
Ricardo,
himself
you require
16. Should he
79.
return? 20 for tops now. For a 3-0 lead.
39.
That's taken a terrible bounce
Charlie
out
requires
from the
16.
barrel of his previous dart. So chance now for Carl to take out
It's
double
on the
8, and
third
he
leg,
does so.
Carl Sneyd.
Gets a leg on the board. And it is just a hold of throw.
That
Fourth
sounded
leg, it's Ricardo
violent,
to
didn't
throw
it, that
first. Game on.
deflection from Ricardo.
125.
Nearly got Jack.
And I'm sure he would have claimed every single penny of compensation
108.
available. As Carl Sneyd finds the game's first maxi.
41.
Well,
45.
Carl comes from a very famous sporting family. His brother Mark is a very famous rugby league player. He's twice
60.
won the Rugby League Challenge Cup in his career and actually played in last Saturday's Challenge Cup final for Warrington Wolves at Wembley. He won man of the match
125.
in that particular final. In fact, he's won the Lance Todd Trophy, which is the trophy which is given to the man of the match in the
95.
Rugby League
Charlie
Challenge Cup
required
final on 3
151.
occasions.
I wonder if Carl's any good at rugby. And if Mark's any good at
91.
darts.
Well, his brother Mark is a scrum half for Warrington. Easy for me to
40.
say.
Carly requires
Played
60.
for England at the last Rugby League World Cup. Made his debut against France as Carl misses the big number, which means there's only going to be one at tops.
20. Ricardo, you require 140.
No. Having a bit of a problem there with his stick up.
43. Carly require 40.
Getting the badge in. As
Gets on the
Sneyd pins the
fourth
tops to
leg,
level up
Carl
at
Sneyd.
2-2. Yeah, his brother Mark made his England debut in the 2021 Rugby League World Cup
Fifth
against
leg, it's
France
Carl
in
to throw
Bolton
first.
in
Game on.
October 2022. The tournament was pushed back a year because of COVID. He kicked 7 goals in England's 42-18 win and then played in the third group
96.
stage match where he scored a try and kicked 13 goals in England's 94-4 win
60.
over Greece in Sheffield.
Very impressive.
60.
I know we do influencer darts here, but I reckon we should do a sports person doubles challenge here one day.
140.
Carl and Mark are the perfect pairing, aren't they?
Yes, indeed. They would be, wouldn't they? Who else, though?
Well, there's plenty of footballers that play darts. It's one of those things that on the
100.
training ground, once training's done, get on the dartboard for half an hour before lunch is made.
59.
I hear Jamie Redknapp's quite handy. Phil Tufnell. Phil Tufnell can throw a good dart.
Yeah, you can.
140.
He appeared on Sports Relief
42.
some time ago
Carly require 105.
at the lakeside.
$53.
Now leaves himself 52.
60. Carly require 52.
So this now for a 3-2 lead. Tops then Takes it with his
It's on the
second
fifth
dart
leg,
and does
Sneyd.
move into a 3-2 lead.
This has been a really handy
Sixth
performance.
leg,
It's been
it's
steady,
Ricardo
hasn't
to throw
it?
first.
Well, you can see
Game
it
on.
with the leg-by-leg play there. 17, 17, 16, 16, 17. Everything inside 6 visits.
100.
Yeah, remembering that Carl was 2-0 down in this match. He's won the last 3 to get himself in a
100.
winning position.
Real dogged character is Carl.
140. $60.
Never knows when he's beaten Carl Sneyd. But he may be forced to go to the one of the last leg
100.
decider here because Ricardo's left himself on a finish after 9 and only a maxi will allow Carl Sneyd an opportunity to finish after the same number.
97.
Now, it does
Ricardo,
find
you
a trouble
require
with his
161.
last start, but it's not good enough.
90. $60. Ricardo, you require
He
71.
still doesn't leave himself a finish. So 71 now. Tops.
51. $60. Ricardo, you require 20.
Well,
Gets
takes it with
on
his
the
second
sixth
dart,
leg,
and we go
Ricardo,
into
Ulrich.
a deciding leg.
Well, this is potentially a
Seventh
huge
and
leg
final leg. It's
in
Carl to
terms
throw
of the
first.
running
Game
of
on.
this particular group. Carl Sneyd wins it. He has a 2-point lead at the top of the table and he can really begin to get his claws stuck into things.
85.
Whilst if Ricardo wins this leg, then it's open interpretation and everybody will be within a couple of points of one another.
140.
Well, that's a great start from Ricardo.
$108.
Carl putting in a maximum.
He
Talk about timing.
59.
Needs to follow it up, though. With a good score to give him a comfortable advantage.
58.
Well, there's a need for Sneyd at this particular moment in time, and he's got the advantage he wants in this
100.
leg, and 6 starts at 178 to move him on to 10 points.
And
94.
finds a treble 18 with his last start. Be thankful for that. Leaves himself on 84 when he returns.
97. Carly require 84.
So for the match, he's going to get 2 in his hand at double 12, which will put him
shot,
2
and the
points
match,
clear at the top of the
Carl Sneyd.
table. And it's Carl Sneyd beginning to stretch his legs now. He has the outright lead of the group. And a man who's won a Challenge Tour in 2025, a man who's enjoying the year of his darting career, is he just beginning to show that class and quality? Is it just beginning to come to the boil now? The numbers, well, very good in the finishing department. 4th and 6 on the doubles, average is under 88. He's beating Ricardo all right by 4 legs to 3. Next up, Joe Croft and Andy Hamilton. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed a couple of rounds of matches on this Tuesday morning. Before the break, Carl Sneyd got the better of Ricardo Ulrich by 4-3, and that means that he is top of the table with 10 points to his name. It's a couple of points the cushion between him and Lorenzo, Pronk and Joe Croft, two in second and third respectively, with 8 points to their name. This is how the table looks going into round number 3. David Fatam's had a good start. He's won each of his opening 2. Andy Hamilton has slid down to 5th. Ricardo Ulrich is still propping up the rear of the table. So into game number 7, and it is a meeting between Joe Croft and Andy Hamilton. And for the Hammer, a win is of the utmost importance in this one. Another slip and he could find himself to the basement of the group. He takes on Joe Croft, who saw an opportunity slip in his previous round of games. He had the chance to move on to 10 points. He lost out to David Fatam, and it means now stuck on 8.
First leg,
he can only
it's
go
Joe
level
to
on
throw
points
first.
with Carl Sneyd with a win
Game
in this
on.
particular contest. I'm intrigued to see how this one goes, because
99.
Joe's scoring's been good today. His finisher was good in his first one, not quite in his second. And he's just waiting to really get going, or there was signs of encouragement in his previous match.
100.
Yeah, a few loose starts from Andy in his previous.
10.
That's unlucky there from Joe. Oh, it hits the board and falls out. Not so sure it even hit the wire.
Well, whatever it is, it's enough for him to look at some running repairs after just his second visit of the match.
59.
Well, yesterday was the 19th anniversary of the film Cars coming out, and for Joe Croft, this is a pit stop.
Oh, my word.
Shall I shut up?
95.
Yes.
$96.
Why aren't you saying nothing?
People been waiting 3 years for that.
140.
A nice 140 there from Crofty. Leaves himself on 157. Andy looking for a couple of trebles here.
100.
Can only manage
So
the
you
one.
require 157.
Well, he's hoping for 6 here from the 157 is Crofty. Not to be with his first attempt, but he's left himself in an okay
84.
position. He's left himself on a
Andy
2 dart. Could have been a little bit
146.
tidier. And consequently now, Joe may only get 1 dart at a double,
Joe
and he's probably going to have to take that
73.
1 dart.
I was going for the treble 11 there. Slips into the treble 8. 24 scored.
41.
Can't find the double 16.
Andy requires
The chance now
16.
for Andy to break the throw of Crofty on double 8.
Well, this would be punishment. Well, he's got 2 lovely guys. Can he just nestle it in off the barrel of one of them?
Game shot on the
Well,
first
that's exactly
leg.
what
Andy
he's done, and he's
Hamilton.
punished Joe Croft to the hilt.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, breaker throw there. Mistake made by Crofty. Missed the treble 11. Did have the 1 dart, but couldn't convert.
81.
Well, it's just one of them weird games for Joe, where if he wins, there's a real opportunity to go on and win the group, but if he loses it, then he's going to be precariously lurking over his shoulder as to possibly maybe even being drawn and dragged into a race just to be in Group B.
$108.
The maximum for Andy Hamilton. First of the match.
60.
Well, this feels like a little bit more like it from Hamilton. Just
58.
signs that he's getting going in this game.
You hits the maximum, but
40.
doesn't really back it up. Only gets the 58. However, Joe's not giving him anything to worry about, really.
Well, he's been given a free passage on throw, hasn't he, Andy Hamilton?
40.
Got the break in the opener, and it feels like he's got the luxury of time to take the second. But a big score here from Joe would make this leg interesting.
That's good thinking there from
Andy
Joe.
require 142.
Leaves himself 161. But 142 now for Andy. 82 left. Can't find the bullseye, so 17 will leave him tops.
102. Joe, you require 161.
Forcing Joe Croft to take out his second monster of the session, but he's not going to follow the 170 or the 161. And so Hamilton,
Andy, you require
free in
40.
hand at double top to open up a 2-0 lead.
Game shot on the second leg.
Mistake.
Andy Hamilton.
And Hamilton is beginning to get a vice-like grip of this contest.
Third leg. It's Joe to throw first. Game on. $60.
Well, we've waited long enough for it, Trina.
What's that, Henry?
It's time for your Tuesday tungsten
78.
teaser.
Woohoo!
I know it's I hear it's everybody's favourite part of the day. And today's question
140.
is this. Stephen Bunting won the Nordic Darts Masters in Copenhagen on Saturday. Copenhagen is the capital of Denmark. How many Danish players have played at the Modus Super Series? And I have to be specific by saying
140.
Modus Super Series because we did have a Dane that's played at the ADC Global Championship that hasn't played at the Super Series. So how many Danish players
55.
have played at the Modus Super Series? Do get in touch with us. It's at MSS Darts for your answers. We'll reveal the answer to today's tungsten teaser a little bit later on in the show.
96.
And if you get the question correct,
96.
you will receive a prize.
Of?
A well done from me.
Oh, another one of them. Okay.
Honestly, I just cannot just get rid of them so that it's in a box somewhere. I've just got to give them away somehow.
96. Joe, you require 150. $96. Andy, you require
Joe leaves himself
91.
54. Hamilton here with 91. So treble 17 is the target. Finds the double 17. Can't
71.
find the tops.
Joe, you require 54.
So a chance for Crofty to get a leg on the board.
Double top it is.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well, that's more
Joe
like
Croft.
it. When it's come to combinations, Crofty's had the answers, but the problem's been when he's had three in his hand.
Fourth leg. It's Andy to throw first. Game on.
This must be such a puzzling day so far for Crofty. Because there's been some really good sparks, but yet it's not felt like he's really been able to get anything going properly as of yet.
Yeah, the consistency is not quite fallen into place just yet.
60.
You know, in previous games, he was picking off that treble 20, power scoring and power finishing.
134.
Seems to be struggling a little in this game again. Bit hit and miss, as you could say.
It's kind of been the story of the day so far, hasn't it? For pretty much everybody. Maybe apart from David Fatam. I'm not sure there's anybody yet that will say, game on game, I am there yet.
6.
Yeah, David by far has been the better player so far today. Whereas yesterday,
99.
he found himself at the bottom of the table with only one win. And that was his last game of the day. And actually, the last game of the day against Lorenzo Pronk.
100. $81. And do you require 150?
Trouble with my R's there.
You're not the first commentator to have that issue, Trina. 150 for Hamilton does not go on this occasion.
90. Joe, you require 133.
It's a word that springs to my mind, but I won't say it. Hamilton back for 60
85.
to open up a 3-1 lead. It was going to happen to one of us at some point this week.
Of course it was. Just didn't expect it to be me. 15 now for tops for a 3-1 lead. And he can't find it, so a chance now for Crofty to level up the match.
For 2 apiece. It's double 16.
Yeah,
it's a level game. It's 2-2.
Fifth flag. It's Joe to throw first. Game on. $45. $60.
Just finding the treble 7 there. Instead of the treble 19.
140.
Scoreline is punished by Crofty. Putting in a 140.
$96. $140.
And another 140 there from Crofty. Keeps him in good contention in this match.
$90.
So another 140 here from Crofty would be lovely, he'd say.
140.
And he does just that, leaves himself 36 when he returns, and he will, as Andy way back on 255.
Your wish is his command, and this is a really good leg from Joe Croft to put him to within a leg of being, which would put him on to 10 points in the group. And for Andy Hamilton,
36.
It looked like his prerogative would very quickly shift to scrapping for Group B place. Now, Joe Croft might contemplate his options here. Hamilton's on 160. He's going to go straight for the double nine, but I think there was a part of him that contemplated a split there.
160.
Yeah, for sure. If Hamilton wasn't on a finish, he would have. He couldn't risk it, but then was unfortunate to
140.
go into the
Joey
double 14.
36.
Well, the irony of the situation
It's on
means
the
that he
fifth
gets to
leg.
go
Joe
back to
Croft.
his favoured double anyway, which he finds first time of asking to put him 3-2 up into within a leg of a
Sixth
win, which will
leg,
put him
it's
on to
Andy
10.
throw first. Game on.
There's a lot of staring in the abyss happening in this particular group, isn't there?
Yeah, just trying to get focused and maybe calm the nerves a little bit, you know.
57.
Looking at a bit of nothing can help sometimes.
Well, when Steve West is here, he
140.
sometimes finds inner peace staring up at the commentary box window.
Oh, I'll remember that. I'll wave next time then.
85.
And then, of course, you've got Richie. Burnett, that is. Talks to the speaker.
59.
Or caresses the speaker, I should say.
Which is why he's more often than not in a Group B.
34.
We will see Richie Burnett in due course, and I'm sure it's going to be an entertaining affair, if anything else.
92.
It's never dull when Richie Burnett is about, is it?
Absolutely never.
He's the one player that I get terrified of interviewing. Because you never know what Richie Burnett's going to say
100.
next.
That is true. He's very unpredictable.
But we love our Richie.
60.
Oh, Crofty can't find a treble there. A good score here.
42.
Well, it just doesn't
We
happen.
require
for Andy.
150.
So Crofty got 6 from here, should he need it. And he will need it. 85 left. Finds a treble 15 to leave himself
110.
tops.
And so Hamilton is in a position where it's hit and hope. Hit big, and then in the back of his mind, he'll want Joe
134.
Croft to squander
require
3 at tops.
40.
But this is for the match. This is for 10 points, and this is for a share of the lead at the top of the group. Double 10. To move on to
Headshot
10.
and the match.
And to
Joe
move him
Croft.
level with Carl Sneyd at the top of the group. All smiles after warfare between Joe Croft and Andy Hamilton. But inside, the mouth on Stoke-on-Trent will be seething, because now that is 4 consecutive defeats. No, it was 5 consecutive defeats. Oh, let's just go to a break. See you on the other side. Bye-bye. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's true. so receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! The Bet Goodwin Champion of Champions is live on Pluto TV for the very first time from the live lounge in Porto. It takes place on Sunday, June the 29th. Ross Montgomery, the world champion, is looking to add another title to his ever-growing collection. Richie Howson is defending the title he won in Blackpool 12 months ago. And John Henderson is looking to complete what has been billed as the Grand Slam. If he wins this one, he'll have all 4 World Seniors televised titles. Steve Bean will be looking for his first crown, as to Mervyn King and Simon Whitlock. 1 o'clock the start time. We're live on Pluto TV from the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth for the Bet Goodwin Champion of Champions. And it's going to be an all-star cast for that particular occasion. We bring the darts to you on Pluto TV for the first time. Carl Sneyd takes on Lorenzo Pronk in what is our middle match of the session. For Carl, he is level on points with Joe Croft at the top of the table. He moved on to 10 courtesy of a 4-2 win against Andy Hamilton before the break. For Lorenzo, he can ensure there's a three-way tie at the top on 10 points with victory in this particular contest. It's the middle match of the day. It's game number 8.
First leg, it's Lorenzo to throw
of our
first.
session.
Game on.
Pronk and Sneyd. And we'll learn a lot more about how the land lies come the end of this one.
AC3.
regards to the Champion of Champions, though, it's a tournament you've
100.
played in on one or two occasions at Blackpool. It's a real showcase event, isn't it, for the World Seniors?
93.
Yeah, it is. It's a great tournament, and tournaments that I really enjoy playing in.
85.
Yeah, the confirmed competing players are Simon Whitlock, Steve Beaton, Mervyn King, Richie Burnett, Kevin Painter, Martin Adams, Robert Thornton, Neil
81.
Duff, Ross Montgomery, Richie Howson, John Henderson, and we will find out the identity of the final player in due course. It is to be played over 2 sessions
130,
with
sir.
VIP and standard tickets available. And if you head over to www.dartshop.tv, it's the same website in which you can get your
34.
Saturday night Super Series tickets from. There are tickets still available for the Champion of Champions, available via standard and VIP, and that will be
99.
for both of the sessions as well. And the VIP will give you a Q&A with some legends of the game and some extra photo opportunities.
6.
So why don't you
Now
come
you
here at the end of the
require
month for the
80.
Champion of Champions? Sneyd will be hoping to be here in August for Champions Week.
40.
And he's left himself
Lorenzo,
on
you
top to get
require
the break, unless
150.
Lorenzo can find the 150.
It can't be done now, so
96.
all you can do is try and set
Now
it
you
up.
require 40.
But tops now for Carl. This will be a break of throw. Double 10 then. And
20.
he can't find it, so a chance now for
Lorenzo, you require
Lorenzo
54.
to take out the 54 to hold his throw.
Tops it is.
Game
Tops
shot the
has got.
first leg. Lorenzo Pronk.
And Pronk goes one up.
Second leg. It's Carl to throw first. Game on.
You just get the sense that we're going to be twisting and turning in this group all the way to the end.
41.
Yeah, indeed, it's going to be very interesting.
60.
This is where all the legs come into play, you know, as well. Every leg makes a difference. And just the one leg
140.
can change the position of a person within the table.
60.
And these are one of those games where you know that you can do severe damage with a win, and not just a win, but a sizable win, because not just do you knock 2 points off your opponent, but
45.
you put a big dent in terms of their legs difference.
$125.
Oh, nice find. 2 trebles there for Lorenzo.
100.
Carl leaves himself 175, but not really much he could do about that.
140.
Well, he leaves himself at 116 to break the throw as Sneyd, who himself missed free to break in the
43.
opening leg and is
Lorenzo,
unable
you
to
require
really make severe
116.
inroads when setting up. Single for tops. Oh, he's missed the big number. He's missed the big number, and is he going to pay the price for it?
76. Carly require 132.
Bullseye is the route for this shot. Finds a 25, needs the treble 19, finds the treble 19, and the bullseye, and he just
107.
wires it.
Lorenzo, you require 40.
So close, so opportunity now for Lorenzo to take tops out. Double 10. Double 5 then. And he can't find
35.
it, so another
Charlie
chance for
require
Carl
25.
to level the match.
5 double 10.
Game shot on the
No
second
mistake
leg.
that time, and
Sneyd.
we're back on level terms. It's a session which has seen a lot of games won tight.
Third leg.
Of
It's
the
Lorenzo to
7
throw
games
first.
that we've
Game on.
seen completed, we've not seen a 4-0. And in 5 of the 7 games, we have seen at least 6 legs.
41. 60. $55. 58. $140.
Nice 140 there from Lorenzo.
57.
Carl just struggling again to find big trebles. Whereas Lorenzo
133.
picks off 2 there, leaves himself 132.
Effectively half in the score, and Carl's got
90.
missing in this leg,
Lorenzo,
and
you
it's given
require
Lorenzo plenty of
132.
time, plenty of ample time. Doesn't have to chase around the bullseye.
92.
He leaves himself tops. Well in control in this leg.
60. Lorenzo,
Carl
you
can't leave
require
himself a finish.
40.
So Lorenzo got 6 at this should he need them. Double 10. Finds it with
on
his
the
third
leg.
dart.
Lorenzo Pronk.
Goes into a 2-1 lead.
Full flag. It's
Well,
Carl
if he
to throw
wins this
first.
one,
Game on.
Pronk is very much in business in this group. There'd be a three-way tie at the top of the group. Sneyd would be on 10, Croft would be on 10, Pronk would be on 10.
60.
David Fatam and Andy Hamilton would have the opportunity to move in a couple of points, particularly David Fatam would take on Ricardo Ulrich next.
28.
Yeah, Carl just really struggling to find any trebles here in this match. Making it difficult for himself. Seems to be throwing below the trebles.
59. $140.
Carl's giving out the expression of a man that's finding things very much hard work right now.
59.
As people say, he can't buy a treble at the
42.
moment.
That's the problem again, dropping low, but eventually finds the treble 18.
94.
Leaves himself on a finish. He is first to finish in this leg, but Lorenzo will feel like he's got a very good opportunity to get the break if he can set up well here.
121.
Finds 2 treble 20s.
Carly require
His last 2 darts leave himself 110, but 170 now for Carl. Can't be done. A bit of frustration creeping in here.
60. Lorenzo, you require
With a
110.
trebleless visit. So 110 for Lorenzo.
$50. Carly require 110.
So 110 for Sneyd to level up at 2-2 and to pinch the pocket of Lorenzo Pronk.
90.
Drops just underneath
Lorenzo, you
the
require
target.
60.
Top cent for Lorenzo. 2 10s.
50.
Just inside the wire.
Carly required 20.
So another opportunity now for Carl to really nick this leg. Double
It's
10
on
he
the full
takes.
flag. Carl Sneyd.
Levels the match at 2 apiece. He really looks
Fifth flag.
exhausted
It's
from
Lorenzo
that leg.
to throw first. Game on.
He looks like he's using every single ounce of energy out there right now, and maybe the worry is
134.
that if he's feeling like this after game 3, what's he going to have left in the tank for game 4 and 5 respectively?
60.
Yeah, and he continues to struggle with finding the treble 20 bed.
95.
Hasn't been a day where people have played to their peak level. As a matter of fact, Lorenzo's had the only average in excess of 90
42.
so far today. The 93.82 in a 4-2 win over Andy Hamilton. It's felt like everybody's kind of coasted along a
60.
decent enough B game. We've not seen anybody really hit the straps so far today.
That's true. But however, saying that, we have had some good
42.
shot outs. We've had the 170, of course, from Joe Croft against Ricardo. A 1-2-2 from Lorenzo
60.
against Andy Hamilton. A 1-1-4 from Crofty again against David Fatam. And a 108 from David Fatam against Joe
100.
Croft.
Lorenzo, you require 152.
We're going to see the 152. The answer's no. But he has got plenty
72.
of time here, Pronk, to open up a 3-2 lead in this contest.
100. Lorenzo, you require 80.
So 20 now for tops. That dart's a bit high.
Yeah,
But he
shot on
finds
the
a way
fifth leg.
through.
Lorenzo Pronk.
And finds tops to go 3-2 ahead.
One away.
Sixth leg.
And
It's Carl to
Sneyd
throw
again
first. Game on.
finds himself in a little bit of bother. Really fancying the task is Lorenzo.
100.
So yesterday just strutted stuff a little bit at times. Certainly more relaxed and comfortable on the stage. And actually, once you get to know him, he's a little bit of a character, is
100.
Lorenzo.
$100. $86.
I managed to pick a big treble off with the last to ask the question of Carl Sneyd's throw.
140. $43. Carly require 161.
So 161 now for Carl.
74.
Leaves himself 87. Favourite to level up the match.
80. Carly require 87.
We'll have 6 from here. Double 14 then.
59.
Right on the wire. So close. He will be back for it.
Yeah, skimmed it, didn't he, with the last one.
100.
Pronk needs
Carly
himself on a
require
2-darter.
28.
And so this to take us to another last leg. Oh, pretty much same mark he left it in his previous
Yeah,
dart.
shot on the
But
sixth
no mistake
leg,
with that
Carl
one.
Sneyd.
And we go all the way.
7 from final leg. It's Lorenzo to throw first. Game on.
I get the sense that
100.
Carl Sneyd is squeezing the lemon right now. Just trying to exhaust whatever he can get out of this game despite not playing at his
81.
best.
Yeah, he's really scrapping at it, isn't he?
60.
He's a wily character, is Carl. And as we said, he's got a never give in attitude. Comes from a sporting family.
97.
And trust me, rugby league is that's a tough sport, and you've got to be made of some stuff to play that.
57.
Yeah, the will to win is inbred in the family, so it seems.
108.
And there he goes, fires in a 180, where he's been struggling to find any trebles throughout the game. Pearls in a maximum.
100. Carly require 143.
And has seized the initiative in this last leg. 6 darts on 143, and he's going to need that full quota. But what he has done is leave himself on a double after 12.
Well, he's definitely left his best till last. But look at that maximum there from Lorenzo.
Carly required.
Leaves himself on 4. It's a must go. Double 3 then.
21.
And he can't find it.
Lorenzo, you require 4.
The scoreboard pressure may be told. Lorenzo comes back for double 2 to claim a huge 2 points. And it's a 2 points that means that we have 3 players tied at the top. Carl Sneyd missed 3 match darts at double 12 to stretch away his advantage at the top of the table, but he's been reined back in by Lorenzo Pronk. 4-3 win there for Lorenzo. That's the tail of the tape. Next up it is Ricardo Ulrich against David Fatam.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6 double 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Lorenzo Pronk got the better Carl Sneyd by 4 legs to 3. Our next game is the final match of the third round of games, and it's a meeting between David Fatam and Ricardo Ulrich. David looking to keep up an unbeaten record on this Tuesday. A win here would make it 3 from 3 for him up against Ricardo, who is looking to get himself off the mark for the day following 4-1 and 4-3 defeats to Joe Croft and Carl Sneyd, respectively.
First leg, it's Ricardo to throw first.
And David, so far today, has been the form horse. He's won each of his last 3 games. And if he wins this one,
140.
Then he just makes himself a little bit lively on the outside in terms of winning this group. He'd be a couple of points behind the top 3, who
98.
will find themselves on 10 because of that win for Lorenzo Pronk before the break.
100.
Just goes to show in Group A, if you can have a good Tuesday, you can sometimes cancel out what happens on Monday.
Yes, you can. But again, it all depends on what everybody else does around you.
44.
As to how much damage you've created yourself on the first day.
Well, he's certainly been a beneficiary of the fact that this group is very much congested
58.
and very much tight. And it looks like regardless of what happens at the end of the day, it's going to be that case.
Yes, indeed.
139.
Well, Ricardo leaves himself on 78 when he returns.
41. Ricardo requires 78.
78 it is, with plenty of time on his side. Double top.
58.
Can't find it. However, he will be back as David back on 244. Needs to find a treble, and he does so with his last start.
Ricardo required 20.
Leaves himself 144, but Ricardo here on double 5 now, and finds it
First leg,
with his second dart and takes the first leg of the match.
Solid opening leg for Ricardo, you'd say.
Second leg, it's David to
David
throw first.
never really got out the starter's gate in that first leg. This is the point where you can't afford any mistakes if you're David Fatam. Defeat here, and then you... If there's a defeat here, then you get the sense that the top 3 really are stretching away, and it's going to be hard work for any of the other 3 just to get towards a Group B position.
$96.
Yeah, and coming up after this match, we've got Joe Croft, who sits at the top.
96.
But in third, if that makes sense. Got the same amount of points, but leg difference divides them.
84.
And he will play Lorenzo, who is currently sat in second position. So another interesting game to come.
140.
Well, it's getting to the point of the group where the personal head-to-head may well be the indicative factor that decides who wins and who will be coming back on Thursday.
80.
Yeah, absolutely.
David requires 70.
So 70 now for David. Try and level this match up. Double 16 then. And he finds it. Does indeed level the match up at 1 apiece.
Those types of opportunities have worked out for David over the course of today. The man with a smiley face emoji on his collar.
And a new haircut today. I don't know whether you've noticed. He's had his haircut since yesterday.
Ah, nice fresh trim for Fatam.
140.
There has been cases of people in this building getting haircuts.
58.
Do tell.
Well, Conan Whitehead was so annoyed with a campaign in Group A once that he decided to go and get a haircut, came back next day, and I'm pretty sure he ran through the
139.
cards.
Okay.
Marco Meyer once turned up late here because he had a
59.
haircut booked. We're wondering, where's Marco? Literally went out the door, looked next door. There he is, having his short back and sides done.
133.
Did he win the week?
100. David, you require
He always
89.
makes Saturday, does Marco.
Well, I needed the treble 20. Slips into the treble 5, and I have to say it's right in the corner. Bit unfortunate there for David.
49. Ricardo, you require 104.
So chance for Ricardo to take out this 104. Can't be done.
52. David, you require 40.
Well, he left tops after 12 against the throw, and he gets an opportunity to finish it off and to open up a 2-1 lead. Double 10. Oh, Ricardo,
30.
I looked almost dazed in the
Ricardo,
background, but he's
you
going to get a
require
look at this
52.
52.
Game shot on the
Well,
third
he
leg.
finds it.
Ricardo, Ulrich.
Somehow misses the big number to start off with, but recovers well. Takes out
Full
double
flag. It's
14
David to throw first.
to lead by 2 legs
Game
to
on.
1.
A mop of the brow and ready to go again.
60.
Certainly one of those players that you wouldn't mind playing poker with, David Fatam, because
100.
you do get to know how he's feeling about things on the hockey.
Yeah, he quite expresses himself quite a lot on the hockey, doesn't he?
60.
As you can see from that particular mannerism there.
77.
David being here meant that he missed out on the last round of
60.
CDC events in America before the US Darts Masters takes place. That's in a couple of weeks' time at
100.
the Madison Square Garden,
He.
in which Stowe Bunce hits a 9-darter, the Neon Nightmare. The man whose trousers you just cannot miss.
26.
Well, you can't
Ricardo,
miss
you require
David
144.
Fatam shirts, can you? It's on. It's got
Game shot on the full
a
flag.
144
Ricardo,
check out
Ulrich.
there from Ricardo. Takes a 3-1 lead.
Fifth flag. It's Ricardo to throw first.
Super darts
on.
and breaker throw as well. So looking to wrap it all up here. Look at the confidence that's given him.
108.
Fires in a
He-
maximum. Beginning of this leg.
Well, where's this spell come from?
60.
Incidentally, if he hits a 180 here, or 177 here, shall I say, he would do a reverse 9-darter.
You put the mockers on that, didn't you?
I always put the mockers on a 9-darter.
$59. $57. $123.
A little unlucky there. Just straying into the treble 1.
83.
Well, you've got to give Ricardo credit here. He's really gone through the gears. Average just under 97. And that 144 checkout is just not the stuffing out of David Fatam.
84. Ricardo, you require
1, 2, 1 now.
$81.
Well, does leave himself tops. David not on an outshot, so all he can do is try and set it up and hope
Ricardo, you require 40.
that Ricardo doesn't get this tops for the match, and he
Shot
does
and the
so.
match.
It's a
Ricardo, all
4-1
right.
victory there for Ricardo. A great 144 out in the previous leg. Averages there 96.16 for Ricardo, 82.50 for David. Coming up next, we have Lorenzo Pronk and Joe Croft.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 9 matches on this Tuesday morning. Before the break, Ricardo Ulrich got the better of David Fatam by 4 legs to 1. And that means that in terms of this group, we've got a bit of a split. We've got 3 players on 10 points and 3 players on 6 points in the group. Sneyd still leads the way. Him, Lorenzo, Pronk and Joe Croft are all on 10 points in the group, whereas Ricardo, Ulrich, Andy Hamilton and David Fatam all 4 points adrift. It looks like it's a table that's beginning to be split into two halves. It looks like a 3-horse race for Group A, and maybe the other 3 are now beginning to look consigned to Thursday and Friday AM darts as opposed to PM darts here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Game number 10 is a meeting between 2 of the 3 players at the top of the table. Joe Croft and Lorenzo Pronk going head to head. And if today has been demonstrative of anything, is anything could happen in any particular match. Because these two, well, they've had their fair share of highs and lows on this Tuesday morning, it's fair to say, Trina.
First leg,
Yeah,
it's
they have,
Lorenzo
and,
to throw first.
I mean, Joe started off really well,
Game on.
hitting everything, including a 170 finish early doors, and then at times been hit and miss.
100.
And the same, really, for Lorenzo. He's had a hit and miss moments as well, but he's also taken out some crucial
82.
shots at the right time.
Yeah, timing was his key strength in that game against Carl Sneyd a couple of matches ago. Carl missing an opportunity to win the match. In fact, he missed 3 darts to win the game. Pronk piled in that 180
81.
to leave himself on double 2. And the scoreboard pressure applied to Carl, and he managed to convert and then seal a win, which means he's very much now in contention, and he's got off to the more positive start of the pair in this particular contest.
100.
Yeah, leaves
Lorenzo,
himself
you
on
require
167 after 9.
167. 97.
Oh, leaves it handy.
$24.
Joe can't
Lorenzo, you
find a big
require
treble.
70.
So 70 now. 20 for tops. It's another high dart having to move across the hockey.
30.
Just blocking his path a little bit.
Well, luckily for him, he's got the insurance policy. It's going to come back for 3 more, but this
125.
time it's going to be under a bit more pressure.
40.
He finds the
on the
tops with
first
his
leg.
first dart,
Lorenzo
makes
Pronk.
no mistake, and goes into a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Joe to
These
throw
are 2
first.
players that will
Game
know
on.
that opportunity is knocking here, that there is a chance to move on to 12 points as Joe Croft hits a
92.
single 12.
Yeah, very loose start there from Crofty.
58. $45. $100. $60.
Now Crofty struggling to find a treble.
99.
Well, he's found it now,
85.
but can't convert another.
I think the frustration is
60.
he knows it's the key strength of his game is his power scoring, and just not been there. That's more like it. That's the first dart that usually yields success for him.
139.
Yeah, leaves himself on 80 when he returns.
42. Joe, you require 80.
So 80 now. 20 for tops then. Ooh. The relief on his face there. Nearly deflected into the treble 20. Just find the single.
40.
And he can't manage to get over them 2
Lorenzo,
darts.
you require 142.
I tell you what, I think he might have been lucky that it did bounce out the board, because that looked like it was directing towards the treble.
It did. It kind of like slid down the barrel, didn't
64. Joe, you
Of the
require
others.
40.
it? Can he make good this time? One more dart and he
Game's
finds
on the
it.
second leg.
Levels
Joe
the
Croft.
match. One apiece.
Third leg, it's Lorenzo to throw first. Game on. $81. 100.
Get the sense that these are two players that
35.
could maybe be found a little bit guilty of trying too hard because they know the opportunity that's at stake potentially.
Yeah, it's an important game for both of them. And,
100.
yeah, perhaps they are just trying a little bit too hard to make sure that this match counts
135.
in their favour.
Well, what Croft would have given for 140 with that turn.
60.
But can't find a treble at all. And so Lorenzo's got 6 starts on 250 to re-establish the lead at 2-1.
99.
Well, he leaves himself 151. He really needs to find a treble, and he does
91.
so.
Lorenzo, you require 151.
Leaves himself 150. Treble 17.
111.
Can't find tops.
Joe, you require 150.
Chance for Crofty, 150. Can't be done. So Lorenzo will return
56.
to take out
Lorenzo,
tops.
you require 40.
It's a decent guide. Can't utilise it. To
Game's
find
on
a
the
double
third
10.
leg. Lorenzo
And
Pronk.
so Lorenzo Pronk moves 2-1 to the good.
Fourth leg, it's Joe to throw
For that
first.
man in your picture to do
Game
there,
on.
Joe Croft.
45.
And you can just begin to get the sense that he's getting a fair bit irritated about the way things are going, in particular the
43.
scoring.
Yeah, another wayward last start there from Joe, but here he comes.
100.
Fires in a maximum. First of this match. And look at Lorenzo.
121.
Almost says, whatever you can do, I can do as good. But he didn't.
Just
93.
taps Joe on the shoulder, but needs to follow up with a couple of big troubles himself here.
$43. $97.
Well, a great maximum there
108.
from Lorenzo. Puts the
Joe, you
pressure on
require
this 86. Another 18. Well, finds a treble. That's great.
72.
Double 7 was required,
Lorenzo,
but
you
not
require
found.
114.
Well, this for the break, treble 18. Leaves tops. And it would have put
74.
Pronk on top.
Joe, you require 14.
So for a holder throw, double 7. And that's awkward.
No score.
Just to move
Lorenzo,
across,
you
just try and
require
find a way
40.
through, but can't do it. It's a chance for Lorenzo to go 3-1
fourth
up,
leg.
and he
Lorenzo
does so,
Pronk.
takes out tops. A breaker throw there for Lorenzo Pronk.
Fifth leg, it's Lorenzo to throw first.
Now has the darts
on.
to get the job done and to move on to 12 points, top of the table, ahead of Carl Sneyd's game against David Fatam.
100.
In case you're wondering how the day goes towards the end, Lorenzo finishes off against Ricardo Ulrich. Joe Croft takes on Carl Sneyd.
108.
So Joe's got 2 big games to end his day, which could either see him bang in the mix or it could see him out the race.
42. $58. 64.
Wow.
137.
That's a great shot there from Crofty. Leaves himself 126.
60. Joe, you require 126.
So 19s is the route. Oh, he chooses to go
102.
differently as Lorenzo was on 235. Leaves himself 24.
100. Joe, you require
Well,
24.
this to reduce the gap back down to 1 again and to crucially get the game back on throw. In off.
Game
In
shot
off.
the fifth leg.
And
Joe
back
Croft.
in the game, Joe Croft.
Sixth flag. It's Joe to throw first. Game on.
Big passage in play coming up.
Yeah, a must-win leg for Crofty.
43.
Not a great start. So Lorenzo will be looking to punish that 43. He looks like he's going to big time. Fires in at a maximum. The second of his
100.
in this match of 4.
$43.
Big save for the last. But Lorenzo's turned the throw around in this sixth leg.
96.
Doesn't leave a finish.
125.
Crofty does, but it's a big one. Lorenzo's still favourite for this leg.
95.
Especially now he's hit a treble with his last start.
155.
So 155 here. Can't be done now.
78 remaining.
95.
And now he's got to hope that Lorenzo Pronk doesn't
87.
take out the 87. May just be a dart at the bull to win this game. Well, that's the bonus. Double 5, which goes
82.
inside.
Joe, you require 60.
It's a chance now for Crofty to level the match. Tops then. Needs to move across. Takes his time. Eyes is double 10.
40. Lorenzo,
Some
you
way
require 5.
So this to get the job done. To move him on to 12 points and to temporarily put himself above Carl Sneyd in the table.
Game shot
Lorenzo
and the
Pronk
match.
is top
Lorenzo
of
Pronk.
the lot. He gets the better Joe Croft by 4 legs to 2 to move to the summit of Group A. A game which at times was a little bit sluggish. A game at times both players are looking to get going. But Lorenzo will be the player who will be the happiest having got the points safely in his pocket. Next up it is Andy Hamilton against Ricardo Ulrich. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth. That is the view from the front of the auditorium to the back of the stage. And it's centre stage now, in which we see Andy Hamilton and Ricardo Ulrich. Now, before the break, we saw Lorenzo Pronk move to the top of Group A with a 4-2 win over Joe Croft. So he moves on to 12 in the group. Carl Sneyd has the opportunity to do that against David Fatam in the next. But prior to that, two players in the bottom portion of the table. The winner will move on to 8 points, and we'll just give Joe Croft the proverbial tap on the shoulder going into the final round of fixtures for the day in the race for a Group B position. In terms of how both players have acquitted themselves on this Wednesday, Ricardo Ulrich put in his best performance of the day last time out. In fact, the best performance of anybody today last time out. Average of 96.16, 3 180s, 4 from 6 on his doubles, including a 144 checkout in a 4-1 victory against David Fatam. Whilst Andy Hamilton, he's put in some handy performances today, but has not been able to pick up a single victory from his 3 matches so far.
$81.
Yeah, Andy definitely will be hoping to turn his fortune around in this game.
137.
So he started off well yesterday and then faded towards the end and has continued
42.
that streak going into today. I'll be hoping that it'll be role reversal, so to speak, whereas his last 2 games he picks up points.
Well, I suppose if there's any kind of saving grace for Andy, is the fact that he can now just free roll. The expectation of him to win the group is pretty much out the window now, so he can play for form, play for points, see what's what, and try and get himself in as good a position as possible for Thursday and Friday respectively, as he looks at 1-3-4. 6 darts in his hand to take out this opening leg.
39.
Leaves himself 95.
108.
Ricardo fires in a maximum
95.
to leave himself 141. 95 here for Andy. So double 19. And he finds it.
First leg, Andy Hamilton.
Nice 95 check out there by Andy Hamilton to lead by 1 leg to 0.
Second leg, it's Ricardo to throw
14
first.
dart, a really good leg for the hammer there.
58.
Showing signs of that kind of quality.
$140.
It's better darts here by the hammer.
85.
I think for Andy, he's got a sense that he's got one more big title left in him. He still feels that he's got one more big day left, and everything's kind of centered towards that one more success. Got to the final of the Seniors Champion of Champions in 2024. Lost out to Richie Housen in the final, and all eyes for him will be on the Circus Tavern again in February to try and lift the World Seniors Championship.
$123. $100.
Ricardo leaves himself 158. He does have the darts in this leg. A big score here by Andy could put a lot of pressure on that 158. Needs to find a big treble.
38. Ricardo, you require
Well, Ricardo gets
158.
first poke to finish. The 158, another one of them. Would have left double 19. And we've already seen
98.
the 170 go.
Andy, you require
And
170.
Ricardo Ulrich has already seen a 170 go against him today.
Could this be another? Well, it's not to be this time.
83. Ricardo, you require 60.
So Ricardo has a chance now to level the match. Tops he requires.
20.
And he
Andy,
can't
you
find it. So a
require
chance now
87.
for Hamilton to take a 2-0 lead.
Both well thrown darts, weren't they? But neither could find the target. Can Hamilton pinch his pocket? Well, he chased the treble, and that's sometimes the price you pay.
37. Ricardo, you require 40.
Top 7 for Ricardo.
$20.
Oh, a bit
Andy,
annoyed
you
with himself
require
there.
50.
It was a poor last start. Gives Andy a chance at this 50.
Well, he's only going to be afforded one. A double
18.
16, which he cannot get for
Ricardo,
the
you
break. And so
require
Ulrich
20.
back for 2 10s to square the contest up.
No score.
Well, that second dart there really
Andy, you require 32.
stuck in the board at such an angle. It was always going to be hard to get around. So double 16 now for
Eric's on
Hamilton.
the second leg. Andy
Takes it with his
Hamilton.
first dart and takes a 2-0 lead.
And I get the sense that Andy will feel
Third
rather
leg, it's Andy
fortuitous
to
to
throw
have taken
first.
that leg.
Game on.
Ricardo's missed 8 darts at a double so far in this contest. And it is the
57.
former World Championship finalist that has all the running in this particular contest.
60. $59.
Well, Andy, you can see the disappointment on his face. He knows that he's not producing the darts that
100.
he and us know he can produce.
On World Championship finalist, he was absolutely incredible on his run to the World Championship final, averaging excess of 90 in every single game. His lowest average actually came in the final against Adrian Lewis.
99.
Kicked off a 97 average, but squeezed past Tony Alcaraz of Spain 3-2 in the first round. Then he beat Vincent van der Voort in a last
44.
set decider in the second round. He then beat Dave Chisnell 4-0, averaging 99.08. That was after Dave Chisnell knocked Phil Taylor out of the tournament the round before. In the quarterfinals, that was his best performance of the competition, averaging 102.04 to get the better of Kim Huybrecht by 5 sets to 2.
57.
He then beat, well, somebody that we've seen here on the Super Series stage once or twice in 2025, Simon Whitlock in a last set decider, before then
60.
going down 7-3 to Adrian Jackpot Lewis as he lifted his second World Championship title. And Adrian is definitely a name on a lot of people's lips. And I know it's the question that I get asked more than anything else. When is Adrian Lewis going to play here? We're going to have to keep your
115.
eyes and ears peeled to our Modus Super Series social media channels for more information.
Yeah, 85.
Yeah, looking forward to that
Andy,
week.
you require 114.
Treble 20 is the target. Treble 18 can't be found. So Ricardo will have a chance
56.
at this
Ricardo, you
152.
require 152. 100. And he require 58.
So this for free zip.
Well, doesn't find the big 18. Needs the 14 now for tops. Can he put it right? He
18.
can't, not this time.
Ricardo,
So a chance now,
52.
Ricardo, to take out this 52 to get a much needed leg on the board. 99 then, and he finds it with his third dart.
Leg. Ricardo Ulrich.
2-1.
Well, opportunity missed for
Fourth
Andy
leg.
Hamilton.
It's Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and a breaker throw there too by Ricardo.
86.
A chance in this match, in this leg, to level up the match.
Is there a part of Andy that could just begin to feel, oh no, here we go again, missing an opportunity to go
78.
3-0 up, your opponent then punishes?
Well, I think he'll be annoyed with himself for sure.
57.
Just not, doesn't seem to be getting that little bit of luck at the moment. Looks like there's a few tired darts in there as well, missing the big 18 in his previous leg.
99.
Just wasting a dart kind of thing.
An opportunity to been in short supply for him in this game.
135.
In terms of the scoring, Ricardo's pretty much made heavy weather. I missed 9 darts at the outer ring as the Dutchman from Arnhem in the Netherlands.
74. $93.
And if you missed our coverage yesterday, you missed a fair few fun facts about Arnhem.
I can't remember what you said now.
They were that fun a fact.
100. Ricardo, you require 130.
So needs a treble 20. Treble 18. Or
90.
goes for the ball to leave
Andy,
himself
you require
tops.
150.
Chance for Andy now to take out the 150.
2 treble 19s for double 18. That's at least the intention, but it's not the execution. And Ricardo Ulrich, who had to survive a dart to go 3-0 behind in this contest, has got
85.
3 in hand to level up at 2
Ricardo, you
apiece.
require 40. Game shot on the
Takes
fourth
it.
flag. Ricardo Ulrich.
And does indeed level the match at 2 apiece.
Fifth flag. It's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Andy looks a worried man. Ricardo looking quite chilled at the back.
Well, everything that was going so right for Andy is just beginning to go wrong, isn't it?
135.
Just a little bit of a wayward dart. It's making all the difference at the moment.
108.
Ricardo fires in another 180. His second of the match.
Randy's been painting this picture of positivity throughout the course of the week, but surely even the most positive soul is beginning to get a little bit dejected
46.
about the situation that he's in right now.
Yeah, he will be for sure, and but
100.
he'll be pulling on all his resources to try and get him out of this situation. All his experience, so he can rectify the issues occurring.
140.
Yeah, good 140 there from Hamilton.
39.
He's got 6 darts here from 180 to open up a 3-2 lead, put himself 1 away. Remember, he did miss a dart to go 3-0 up in this particular contest.
140. $140.
Tried the dead
And
cat
he
there to
required
try and
40.
apply some scoreboard pressure, but Hamilton's left tops after 12 to move 3-2 to the good.
Double 10. Double 5 then.
35.
And it can't be found.
Ricardo, you
So
require 42.
opportunity here to break the throw. Double 18, and he
Game shot on
finds
the
it.
fifth leg. Ricardo,
So break a
Ulrich.
throw there for Ricardo. Leads this match by 3 legs to 2.
Sixth leg.
Goes
It's
into
Ricardo
this
to
leg
throw first.
with the darts.
And for Andy Hamilton, who had led this game 2-0, and he looked comfortable as well at 2-0, as you mentioned, had that dart to
121.
go 3 to the good. Now finds himself trailing against Ricardo Ulrich, who is just beginning to find something. It was a 14 darter in the previous leg. He's just beginning to find that radar in and around the treble 20.
59. $45.
And this game moves on to 8 points in the group and will just keep themselves on the tail of the likes of Joe Croft in the Group B conversation.
80.
Andy just dropping a flight there. Retrieves it and a nice little pat on the back.
39.
Certainly all being played in a jovial spirit.
$96.
Yeah, there'll be good banter out the back.
96.
Been enjoying each other's company out there. Probably trying to figure out what they've each got to do, looking at the table.
That's an important thing in here to
108.
get along with one another, particularly in that practice room, because you're there for the entirety of the day.
140.
And in
And he requires
the case of
86.
A group, they're there for the week. So 86 now for Andy. Well, it's the bullseye now.
61. Ricardo, you
The line was
require
okay,
60.
but he's pitched it just a bit too high, and so Ricardo now for double top to complete the win. 2 10s is
50.
not there.
And he required 25.
Chance now then for Andy to level the match at 3 apiece. 25 required. Well, can't find the big 9. Just takes his time. Double 4 required.
21.
Well, Ricardo, all right, could not
Ricardo, you
look in
require
the background, but he's got an opportunity here to wrap the game up. Double 5 is inside.
7.
And maybe we are
And he
destined to
require
go all the
4.
way to a last leg decider.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Andy
Indeed we
Hamilton.
are. We go all the way. 3-3.
7th and final leg. It's Andy to throw first. Game on.
A scrappy leg there towards the end. Going in favour of Andy Hamilton. And Andy throws first in this deciding leg.
137.
Starts off well.
108. He
But a great maximum there by Ricardo. Puts the pressure on. Perfect start for him.
$100.
I have to say, the good stuff for Ricardo has been timed to perfection in this game. And is he finding his best leg and the most important leg? Because he's in a very good position to break here. And Hamilton is being forced into another good score.
Yeah, 180 followed by a 140 for Ricardo. But Andy here, you can see Ricardo in the background there.
140.
Nodding at the darts being thrown by Andy. But that's great darts there from himself. Leaves himself 41. Hamilton, a chance of 124. Treble 18's a shot now. For the bullseye. One dart in hand. And he's just outside.
Ricardo, you require 41.
Chance for Ricardo to take out the 41 for the match. Double 16. And he finds it with his last dart.
Ricardo Ulrich.
What a game that was. A 4-3 victory there for Ricardo. Averages Andy Hamilton 85.73 and 83.58 for Ricardo. 4 maximums in that match. And then coming up next we have Carl Sneyd against David Fatam.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here on Pluto TV, where before the break, Ricardo Ulrich got the better of Andy Hamilton in a last leg decider 4-3, and game number 12 of the session sees David Fatam and Sneyd go head-to-head. Now, before this game gets underway, I have a public service announcement for you all. Yes, you've got one more game to get your guesses in for today's Tungsten Teaser. We'll reveal the answer in game 13 between Ricardo Ulrich and Lorenzo Pronk. But to this one, and Sneyd against David Fatam. And for Carl, if he wins this one, he'll move on to 12 points in the group. He'll jump above Lorenzo Pronk in
125
terms of leg difference going into the final round of fixtures, which sees Pronk take on Ulrich and Sneyd take on Croft.
136.
And for those of you wondering what today's Tungsten Teaser is, can you name the two Danish players to have played...
46.
Oh, literally just answered the question.
Oh my, Henry.
60.
Oh, well done, love.
That's going on the end of year bingo, isn't it?
140.
Okay, I'm going to change the Tungsten Teaser. Two players have played in the Super Series from Denmark. Can you name the two players?
99.
Well, that was well saved. I can't believe you. Fancy giving the answer out.
78.
That's bad even for me.
It happens.
Put it this way, I don't think I'll ever be hosting the chase ever again.
135. Carly require 112.
112 then for Carl. Finds a 60. 12 for tops.
92.
Can't find it, so a chance for
David
David now
requires
to take out the 71.
39.
Can't find the double 16.
Carly required 20.
So a chance now to hold his throw. Double 10. Finds it.
Game shot on the first leg.
Holds
Sneyd.
his throw. One apiece. One each. No, it's not. It's 1-0.
Second leg. It's David.
We're going to get our
first.
coach.
What? Yes.
Game on.
What's happening, Henry? Is it something in the air?
It was going oh so well, wasn't it, up until the beginning of that last
82.
leg?
Well, you do realise I only did that to make you feel better. I made a mistake to make you feel not so bad about your mistake.
I make mistakes.
Do you know what I mean?
100.
Problem is, if you
Because I'm like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's very kind of you. Very, very noble of you.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you for carrying me.
134.
But is Sneyd going to be carrying the rest of the table behind him? Because a win here, he would move to the top by way of legs difference. For David, he's now back at the bottom of the table, back at the basement position because of his defeat last time out. Would move up to 5th position with a win in this one.
100.
And that's irrespective of the scoreline, because even if he wins 4-zip, he would be behind Ricardo. Well, he can't win it 4-zip anyway. But even with a big win, he can't jump Ricardo
40.
in the table. But a really good start to this one from these two.
96. David, you require 148.
It's got the first treble 20. Can't find the second.
140. Carly require 105.
Leaves himself 8 if he returns. Tops then.
65. David, you require 8.
Chance for David. Double 4.
Game shot on the
Finds
second
it
leg. David Fatam.
with his first dart and levels the match at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
This is one of those dangerous games, isn't it, for Carl? David might be bottom of the table, but we know that he can turn it on in spells and spurts. And
63.
what Carl doesn't want is David to produce a purple patch when he's playing against him.
75. 57.
Although I do have to say congratulations to those who did get it
81.
correct before I accidentally blurted out the answer. Including our good pal Scott Giblin.
100.
Marker on the PDC tour.
133.
Has he also given the names, though?
140.
I'm sure that will come because he's bang on the money, is our Scott.
Nice
Nice 140 there
Carly require 141.
to leave himself 72, but 141 now for Carl. Treble 19 found, double 12.
117. David, you require
Threatened
72.
the 144, wasn't it, a little bit earlier on today, and he nearly came close. Well, he came close to the 141. It's 212 to target. Sneyd just missed. It's now double 6
Game shot on
into the
third
bottom
leg.
corner.
David
And
Fatam.
Fatam is 2-1 up with a break in hand.
Yeah, nice finish there from David.
Full flag. It's David to throw
Took
first.
an opportunity
Game
put
on.
in front of him. With Carl missing that shot. One dart at the double.
44. 55.
Well, this is the type of group where a spoiler really could come into play. And
98.
the way David's playing, because he's been a little bit streaky at times, he's been a little bit up and down at points today. He could be the type of player that could just upset it for someone, put in a big
100.
performance against one of the big three, and maybe ruin their chances of winning Group A.
Yeah, exactly that. And that's where leg difference comes into play. And
95.
like you say, he's that kind of player where we've seen him put in some good games today,
100.
and he could upset the apple cart.
I suppose the fear is playing him is you don't know what version of him you're going to expect.
Exactly that.
140.
But this is a very good version, averaging in excess of 95. And having got the break in the previous leg, he's looking to hang on to his throw in this one and
125.
open up a two-leg
David,
gap.
you require 124.
Bit of a wild last start there from Carl. Treble 18's the target. Found the bullseye.
99.
Not
Carly
quite there.
require
So
121.
a chance for Carl for 1-2-1. Treble 17 finds it. It's a bullseye for him too.
96.
He can't find it either.
David, you require
Well,
25.
both players have bodged an opportunity at the central target, and it's Fatam who will come back for first dibs at a second chance, but a straight to the 14 means it's only going to be one dart in hand, a double 4.
21.
Not to be, and so Sneyd will
Carly
return
require
for the same
25.
combination, but hoping for a different outcome.
Yes, and this would be a break of throw.
5.
But he can't find it either.
David, you require 4.
So 2 2s for 3-1.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
it goes,
flag. David
squeaks it in the
Fatam.
corner. Fatam 3-1 up.
5th flag, it's Cole to throw
Well,
first.
this was the damage that you were
Game
talking
on.
about.
Well, before a dart was thrown today, Lorenzo Pronk was 15-4 with the odds compilers
81.
to go on and win the group. Before a dart was thrown on Monday, he was 13-2. Written off by some in the bookies department, but
100.
if things carry on this way, he could well be the man to beat going into Wednesday's action.
59. $43.
Well, the first few legs were very good in this contest, but it just feels like the sting's been taken out of it a little bit. As Carl Sneyd piles in.
140.
You know how it works, Trina.
Indeed I do.
98.
This is the same person who said Joe Cross struggling on his finishing and then takes out a 170 of his next visit.
91.
A few drop darts here in this match from David.
140.
Doesn't put himself off though.
Only require 130.
Needs the treble 20 now. Can't be found.
50. David, you require 120.
So Fatam looking to climb the ladder, now looking to head down to go up. Couldn't find the treble. Both kissed close to the wire.
41.
Which is probably what he was chasing with the
Charlie
third dart, but
require
drifted
80.
wide. And so Sneyd an opportunity to save the contest, but this is going to be awkward.
Game shot
But the
on
alarm
fifth
bells
flag.
don't ring for
Cole
Carl
Sneyd.
Sneyd.
What a dart that was. I thought he'd hidden it. Managed to make a slight
Sixth
adjustment,
flag,
moves
it's David to
slightly
throw
across the
first.
hockey and
Game on.
puts it in from the side.
Come on, he says, trying to G himself up. David has the darts in this leg to get the job done to seal a 4-2 win, which would put a big dent in the hopes of Carl Sneyd in terms of winning this particular group.
85. $44.
A big score here from Carl would put him in control of this leg.
140.
He's getting stuck in, isn't he, Carl Sneyd?
140.
Well, that's a good reply from David.
$59.
Trebleless visit there.
Well, he's just opened up the door again for David to wrap this match up. And he knows that slip with the second dart means that he's going to have to chase a treble
85.
again. And if he went down there for the 25, would have left himself 167. Then a bit of a miscalculation there.
121.
And Carl Sneyd has put the foot on the throttle. Leads himself on a 2-darter. Has a chance to level the game up. What pressure can Fatam apply?
6.
Comes up trebleless.
Charlie require 96.
Treble 20 is the target. Finds it. Double 18 then. Double 9.
78.
Not
David,
to
you
be.
require 112.
So a chance for David to take this 112 out for a 4-2 victory.
Perfect first. And it leads the way for double 16. And that would have been to have denied the man that's been leading the way for so long.
18.
A chance then for Carl to level the match. Go into a deciding leg. Double 4 then.
10. David, you require 16.
Well, this too rounded off. Carl Sneyd's missed opportunities to take us the distance. Could David Fatam pick up the pieces and pick up the points? And that could be a damning defeat for Carl Sneyd, because it means it's now Lorenzo Pronk that leads the way. He has a 2-point lead going into his final match of the day against Ricardo Ulrich. And the good day for David Fatam continues. He had a little bit of a blip in the previous one, but that a lot more like it. Just under 860 age, 4 from 12 on the doubles. Ulrich and Pronk is next. Oh, beautiful. Sophie McKinley, the bullseye
Well, absolutely sensational stuff. An 11 dart leg from Lorraine Winstanley. Takes it out superbly, Queen of Gulliver.
And she finds it. That's good composure there from Kirsty Vinakainen.
Does it in 3.
So Pauling looking at 130. Another double 5. Oh, that's magnificent. It's another big checkout and a big time for Paige Pauling.
On the first leg.
Check, check, check. Double 13. 3-2 up. She does. Getting shot in the second leg. Angela Kirkwood.
Bullseye.
On the third leg. Steph Clark.
So 109 for the match and 6 starts from here for Vicky Pruin. Is she going to find her second tub plus checker of the match? Yes, she is.
Once again, she hits the treble, double 18. A nice little Natalie.
Said dart is going to be at double top. Said dart is found. And this is a good couple of legs from Kirsty Hutchinson here. Well, Women's Week 4 takes place at the end of the month. It kicks off on Monday, June the 23rd to Saturday, June the 28th. But in the here and now, this is what we've seen as we head into the final round of play on Tuesday. 3 more games to go for us before the break. David Fatam put a big dent in Carl Sneyd's hopes of winning the group. And it means that Lorenzo Pronk, we're going to see now against Ricardo Ulrich, has a 2-point lead at the top of the Group A table. 12 points to his name, with Carl Sneyd and Joe Croft on 10 points respectively. Ricardo Ulrich and David Fatam both have 8 to their name, whilst who would have thought this? Andy Hamilton is at the bottom of the league table with just 6 points to his name. He was 21-20 on favourite at the beginning of Tuesday's action. But it just goes to show that 2 days here at the Super Series, Trina, just aren't the same.
Absolutely not. And he was
First
top
leg,
yesterday,
it's Ricardo to throw first.
along with others.
Game on.
On the same points, that is. But finds himself at the bottom, and that's because he hasn't won a game today.
44.
Yeah, it's just not happened for Andy, who does play in the final game of the day. He takes on David Fatam. We'll be watching that from around about 10 past, 2:15.
53.
Yeah, Andy just hasn't had that little bit of luck that we all need.
59.
He's had some close games, but has not managed to get over the line.
But for Lorenzo Pronk today has gone to plan. Irrespective of what happens, he's going to be on 12 points, which means the worst thing that can happen to him is he's tied
54.
for the lead. And it would be a guaranteed tie for a lead if he loses this game, because Croft and Sneyd go head-to-head in the last match. Or their last match of the session, shall I say. But if he wins this and moves on to 14 points, the lead will be 2 points. That's guaranteed overnight. And Croft and Sneyd will play the first game on Wednesday. But he's put himself in an incredibly good position to qualify.
$54.
And considering he said that he was just happy to take things one game at a time, he can have this lead going into Wednesday's action. He will go to bed tonight with ideas of grandeur of winning the group and getting through to Saturday.
Yeah, tomorrow's a different day, though. As we've seen it change today, it can all change again tomorrow. But he has put himself in a great position.
139. Lorenzo, you require 142.
Really, it'll be leaving everyone else to do their bit tomorrow.
95. Ricardo, you
to
require
catch him
20.
if he takes this match.
2 10s. Oh, this is awkward.
No
and you
score.
could see he was drifting further away.
Lorenzo, you
Yeah,
require
deflection off the
47.
other darts. Well, he's hit the double 19 there. He's having a real long look at that. Yes, he can't quite believe it. Finds the double
It's on the
3.
first leg. Lorenzo
Gets
Pronk.
out of jail. Goes 1-0 up.
Well, how many times do you see that? When
Second leg, it's
something
Lorenzo to throw first.
goes skew-if like
Game
that,
on.
then they recover, hit the double, win the leg.
6.
That's good darts, though. That's not letting your mistake make an impact on the result.
100.
It's what in the UK they call Sod's Law, and in the United States and at the Live Lounge they call Murphy's Law.
62. 60. 99. 55.
With Ricardo, you can see that there's a player in there, and he's shown glimpses. We saw the 96 average earlier, that there is a very good player in there. But I can imagine what's probably eating away at him is the fact that he's not been able to show it perhaps on a
85.
consistent enough basis
Lorenzo,
as
you
of yet.
require 140.
And leaves himself
100.
tops.
$89. Lorenzo, you require 40.
So tops now for Lorenzo. Takes it with his second dart,
leg.
double
Lorenzo
10.
Pronk.
Moves in to a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, it's Ricardo to throw first.
Looking very comfortable for the lead as well, you have to say. I know Ricardo missed 3 darts of double to win the opening leg, but
58.
so far it's not looked like Lorenzo's been in any kind of trouble in this contest.
115.
You know, they're both quick throwers as well, so they would suit each other's pace.
100.
Quick and rapid throws.
58.
Now you can see Ricardo
100.
almost at the hockey before the darts are retrieved by Lorenzo.
57.
Well, for the first time in this game, there's an opening for Ulrich.
41.
With that 41, it's just given that opportunity and that opening back to Lorenzo Pronk, who, if he could score well here, has got 6 darts to break again. With a couple of trebles.
134.
Yeah, leaves himself 137.
96. Lorenzo, you require 137.
So tops was the target there.
97. Ricardo, you require 106.
10 or a 6. Tops then.
86.
Not to be found.
Lorenzo, you require 40.
And so an opportunity to get the double break. And not just would this be a big win for Lorenzo in terms of points, but he's got the opportunity here to do some real damage in terms of legs difference as well. He's 3-0 to the good. He's got the double break. And if he wins this 4-0, he'll move on to 14 points, but also plus 11 in terms of his legs difference. Carl Sneyd, the next player back, has got plus 6 in terms of his legs difference. So not just would he be able to open up a gap in terms of points, but he'd also be able to extend the lead in terms of the legs difference too.
140. 100.
The perfect storm for Pronk would be he wins this game, and then Sneyd and Croft, they have to play twice before Lorenzo plays again on Wednesday. They share that mini head-to-head one apiece, and they're a couple of bruising 4-3 affairs.
96. 130.
Now Ricardo leaving himself 91. With that 130.
59. Ricardo, you require 91. 51. Lorenzo, you require 161.
Leaves himself tops. But Lorenzo can't finish this now.
43. Ricardo, you
So
require
Ricardo returns
40.
for 40. Well,
8. Lorenzo, you require
that's a poor dart there.
118.
Chance now for Pronk.
Well, this to win it to 0. And if he does, he's got Ulrich's number with a 118.
78.
To be. And
Ricardo,
so
you
Ulrich
require
has a chance
32.
to extend the game.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Ricardo Ulrich.
Well, there's the double 16. And Ulrich is on the board. No mistake.
5th leg. It's Ricardo to throw first.
And crucially as well, it's a break of throw for Ricardo, which gives him the opportunity to
66.
perhaps just ask the odd question or two of Lorenzo.
100. $45. 45. 60.
Well, a bit of an off-game leg for both of them here.
86.
Manages to tick off a treble 19 with his last dart.
100. 54. 140.
It's a good shot. Leaves himself 90.
$58. Ricardo, you require
Chance now
90.
for Ricardo. Goes for the bullseye. So, tops.
70. Lorenzo, you require 158.
Well, an opportunity missed to reduce the gap to 3-2. Is that the final chance Ricardo Ulrich has in this contest? Because Lorenzo Pronk was looking at 158. He's not going to get. And so Ricardo
96.
has a chance to force
Ricardo,
Pronk
you
to serve it
require
out.
20.
Finds
Game
it with
shot
his
on the
second
5th
dart.
leg. Ricardo Ulrich.
Takes the 5th leg of the match. Trails by 3 legs to 2.
6th leg. It's Lorenzo to
Lorenzo
throw first.
throwing first in this leg.
If you're Lorenzo, you're just thinking, get the... Oh, well, that's
16.
mightily unlucky with the bounce out there. But if you're Lorenzo, you're just thinking, let's just get this job done now. Don't want to faff about with the last leg, particularly when you consider the cushion he had in the game.
Yeah, exactly that. It's, you know, you don't want to put yourself under pressure when the job can be done here, especially with it being his
41.
darts. Effectively, he's got the advantage.
I suppose the annoyance as well will be that
100.
he'll feel like he's done all the hard work and he's pretty much gifted it back to his opponent.
81.
Yeah, exactly that. And it's towards the end of the day now, and you know, players do get fatigued.
60.
You know, these are long days.
100.
Mentally and physically.
Yeah, this is the point of the session where the mental petrol heads
24.
close towards the reserve tank. Wouldn't surprise you if a couple of warning lights came on.
96.
Particularly if you're Lorenzo Pronk right now, because this 3-0 lead is quickly getting whittled away, and it looks like we might be heading to another last leg decider.
60. 99.
So
43. Ricardo, you
Ricardo.
require 84.
Chance of this 84. 64 left. Well, went for the treble. 16. Finds himself hitting the treble 7.
52.
Well, it's hit and hope time.
85.
Well, he's
Ricardo, you require 32.
Left himself on 113. Is he going to get a look?
Game shot on the 6th leg.
Finds
Ricardo
it.
Ulrich.
And we go into a deciding leg. Lorenzo will be kicking himself
7th
here.
and final leg. It's Ricardo to throw first. Game
Go
on.
to a deciding leg in this match. He'll be disappointed, but he's got to put all that behind him now.
99.
Well, suddenly all the cards are stacked in the favour of Ricardo Ulrich. And Lorenzo's head, you can see it with his mannerisms, is
81.
well, it's whirling like a washing machine, isn't it?
It is, and like I say, I think fatigue has a little bit to play
96.
in this now. Bit of negativity creeping in when you're that far close to the
100.
to the line, to the end of the day, and to having that successful day.
Well,
96.
Lorenzo kicked the show off against David Fatam, lost out 4-2. And so he has been pretty much ticking over since around about 8 o'clock
46.
this morning. We're now heading towards 1:45 local time.
57.
And as we head towards that mark, it is Ricardo Ulrich who has the ascendancy in this final leg. And he's going to
49.
get 6 or
Ricardo, you
153
require
to seal
153.
a comeback win. He was 3-0 behind, and now he looks set to win it 4-3.
45.
Your head in his hands. Realises mistakes.
46. Ricardo,
He's
you
making.
require 108.
Doesn't leave himself a finish, but 108 here.
Game shot
And that
and the
is
match.
game shot
Ricardo
and the
Ulrich.
match to Ricardo. 4-3 victory. Be pleased with that. He was 3-0 down in that match and manages to take the victory. A 78.02 for Ricardo and Lorenzo, a 73.54. So coming up next, David Fatam and Andy Hamilton.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison.
And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back here to the Modus Super Series, live on Pluto TV. As you can see there, it's not David Fatam and Andy Hamilton. It's of course Joe Croft and Cole Sneyd, which is our next game. Apologies there for my mistake. So the game before, we had Ricardo Ulrich beat Lorenzo Pronk by 4 legs to 3 with 108 checkout for Ricardo within that match.
First leg, it's Joe to throw
So now
first.
the game's set to start. Joe to throw first.
And crucially now, because of that win for Ricardo Ulrich against Lorenzo Pronk, it's opened up the door for this pair. The winner will move on to 12 points, and if Carl Sneyd wins this by any margin, he will be top of the table again going into Wednesday's play. Joe Croft has to win this match for him to move on to 12 points plus 6, but would be a leg shy in terms of legs 1 to overhaul Lorenzo going into Wednesday's play. So these two will play twice before Lorenzo plays his first game on Wednesday. So this is going to be probably the head-to-head. The head-to-head which will dictate and determine
140.
who does what. And who's probably going to be the one that gives Lorenzo Pronk the stiffest opposition. It's Joe Croft who's got off to the better start in this one.
45. Joe, you require 91.
Yeah, 91 he requires. Finds treble 18, double 10. And he finds it. Great shot out there from Crofty. 91 checkout on double 10.
Second
goes
leg,
into a 1-0 lead.
First. Game on.
So the way tomorrow will work out, Carl Sneyd takes on Joe Croft in the opening game of the day. Lorenzo Pronk takes on Andy Hamilton at the start of the session. And then just having a look down the draw sheet in terms of meetings then elsewhere between the pair. Carl Sneyd and Lorenzo play in game 9 of the session. Joe will take on Lorenzo in game 11. That's the 4th round of fixtures. And then if it goes down to the final set of matches, Lorenzo Pronk takes on David Fatam. Carl Sneyd takes on Andy Hamilton. And Joe Croft takes on Ricardo Ulrich. All 3 of them incidentally have the darts in the last round's worth of fixtures. It could be one of those Wednesdays where it goes all the way down to the last potentially.
100.
Just looking here. So far today,
you require 161.
Amazingly, Andy Hamilton has the best average of the day.
97. Carly requires
He finds himself
160.
at the bottom of the table.
He's had the best overall numbers both days in the group, but yet has only been able to amass 6 points, and those are the 6 points that he picked up from his first 3 games of the group. As Croft looks to move into a 2-0 lead and get the breaker throw if he can find double 16.
32. Carly require 102.
He can't, so a chance for Carl. 102. 82. Goes the bullseye route. 17 will leave him tops.
Joey require 32.
Second opportunity seized upon, and Crofty moves 2-0 up. 107.36 the average so far for Crofty. Legs are 12 and 16 taken into the halfway point of victory.
$41. $120.
Now you see the dart barrel embedded between the 2 barrels. Point not hitting the board. That maximum there. Joe Croft, his second of this match.
He is turning up now, and he's turning up the ante.
$58. $140.
That's a good 140 there from Carl. Leaves him a 3-dart outshot of 141.
94. Carly require 141.
So 141. He's missed double 12 for this already today, and he's not going to get another stab at it on this particular occasion. So Croft here.
170.
And he may have to take it out because Sneyd is breathing down his neck.
Wayward dart there from Crofty. A Rice smile.
80. Carly required 24.
Chance for Carl to take out double 12. And he does so.
Leg, Carl Sneyd.
Gets his first leg on the board in this match. Trails by 2 legs to 1.
Full
Really
flag.
good quality contest, this one. 13 darter joins the 12 for 16 of Joe Croft. Crofty averaging in excess of 101.5, and Carl Sneyd just beginning to get up to speed.
His first 180 of the match.
60.
Averages currently 98.8 for Joe Croft and 96.14
97
for Carl.
We saw this trend yesterday, didn't we, where everybody just saved their best till last. The last round of fixtures yesterday were absolutely tremendous.
Yeah, and there was us talking about fatigue earlier.
44.
Well, it turns out that once the ring rust gets out of the way, then everybody comes out to play.
135.
Just the other side of the wire for another maximum for Joe. Would have been his third.
140.
That's great darts there from Carl. Leaves himself tops. Okay, chance to level the match here.
Well, this is a world-class spell from Carl.
40.
Tops after 12, had a 13 in the previous leg. And now look at a double 10. 15 darter there.
Carl Sneyd.
And we're back level at 2-2 as Carl Sneyd just begins to up the ante a little bit.
5th flag, it's Joe to throw first.
One leg in this game that's been won in excess of 5 visits. And that was a 16 darter.
Yeah, 12 and 16 for Crofty and 13 and 15 for Carl.
$31.
I get the feeling both players will look back upon today, irrespective of who wins this last game, rather inquisitively as to what has happened over the course of their 5 matches.
46.
It's been an interesting day. To and from.
97.
Different forms throughout the day as well. Each player has struggled at certain points in time, and you know there's been spells of brilliance as well.
60.
Joe's just beginning to slip into that 5
82.
again. He had problems with that earlier on today, and it's just beginning to become a little bit apparent, although not that it's going to matter too much in this leg with Carl Sneyd all the way back on 3-6-4.
60. Joe, you require 122.
Now decides to go the 20s route. That's Carl back on 304.
65.
He needs himself on a finish, but Croft should convert from here.
37. Carly require 164.
Well, this is a big ask. And it's not to be this time. So Crofty will have
55.
a shot at something.
Just a slight pause in the game due to a slight bug in the system. It's one of those things here at the Suities, because everything's run by one computer powered system. When something's just a little bit slower behind, it just delays the whole outlay of everything. Both players seeing the funny sides of it. Just a slight stoppage and just a slight pause in play. Both players doing the right thing, going back to the drinks table to so Sneyd left 109.
Joe, you
Croft
require 20.
back for double 10. A little bit of a smirk on the face of Carl Sneyd, but serious business here for Joe Croft.
Game shot on the 5th
And that's
leg.
great
Joe
composure
Croft.
there. After that little bit of a delay in procedures. Takes
flag, it's
his
Carl
time
Sneyd
and
first.
converts the double
Game on.
10 for a 3-2 lead.
$62.
Croft on the cusp.
$140. $100. $96. $42.
Can't find the treble 18.
$95.
Well, that's good thinking there by Crofty. Leaves himself a 170 finish.
100. Joe, you require
And he'll have 6 at
170.
this. Well, he's done this once today.
98.
Can't manage to do it the second time.
But he's in a very handy position. How handy can Carl leave
57.
this?
Joe, you
Trebleless
require
visit
72.
means that Joe Croft comes back looking at 72. Treble 12 leaves double 18.
And the match.
And into the
Joe
corner
Croft.
it goes, and Joe Croft moves on to 12 points, and he's very much in the picture going into Wednesday's play. For Carl Sneyd, you can see the shake of the head because he knows that he had chances today to really strike a pose and to stake a claim to the top of the table. He was unable to do so. But for Joe Croft, just like yesterday, saving his best performance for last. The 95 average, 4 from 7 on his doubles, and a full 2 win. Next up, David Fatam takes on Andy Hamilton in our final game of the day.
54. Charlie Maguire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we got one more game to play on this Tuesday afternoon, and it is a meeting between Andy Hamilton and David Fatam. Before the break, Joe Croft beat Carl Sneyd by 4 legs to 2, and that means that he's on 12 points level with Lorenzo Pronk in terms of the league table going into Wednesday's play. David Fatam can actually put himself 2 points off the lead, incredibly, if he can get the bit of Andy Hamilton, who prior to the last round of fixtures, actually had the best numbers of anybody today, but is yet to pick up a point. He must be scratching his head thinking, how has today panned out the way it has?
Yeah, he'll be really frustrated with today's results.
174.
You know, he's had the highest average, or he had the highest average.
58.
It's been a day of big numbers being chucked in places. And just like yesterday, the better
60.
stuff has come towards the finishing line, towards the end of the day. And let's hope that we can finish with a bit of a flourish. David, with that 96-99 to finish the show yesterday against Lorenzo Pronk was his best numbers.
83.
And put in a tiny performance last time out against Carl Sneyd to really begin the end of what was a torrid end to the session for him.
121.
He's looking rather animated in this opening leg, is David.
I think the shirt helps. It's part of the animation, I think.
108.
He decided to stick to just the one shirt
David,
today.
you require 146.
Well, I get that because he's played well in that shirt from the off. So whereas yesterday,
77.
I think the change of shirt was hoping for the change of look.
The question is, how many more rascals has he got in his suitcase?
Well, that's really been his look today, I have to say. Well,
David, you
looks
require
like he's got a bad
69.
back.
That was painful just watching. 6. And this would be painful for Andy.
50,
It
sir.
induced further pain.
Well,
Andy,
that's
you
a poor
require
third dart.
140.
So Andy, a chance at 140. It is an outside chance. Can be done, of course.
$40. David, you require
So a
12.
chance now for David to get the first leg on the board in this contest. 6 he needs. And he finds it with his second dart.
David Fatam.
Goes ahead by 1-0.
Screeds into the bottom corner and, well, he's certainly
leg,
feeling
it's Andy
good
to
about. I think
throw
he's
first.
cut himself, has
Game
he?
on.
He was pointing towards his hand and there was certainly some marks on there.
Is that from the dartboard or is that from his darts?
86.
I have got absolutely no idea, but he was pointing towards his hand and there's definitely some kind of mark on it.
134.
Ah, there is a bit more of a story behind this.
Okay.
48.
Fire away, Henry.
So he may have succumbed to a little bit of an injury yesterday, hence the mark on his hand. He had
100.
a collision with a gate.
Okay.
And that is all the information that I've got.
Okay, he seems to be stretching off his arm a little bit there. Whether he's hurt his arm in the process as well.
$100.
Well, he's probably not the only American that's had a problem with gates when it comes to the darting fraternity, when you consider how well Len has been playing in recent times.
That is true.
92. $57.
I would think that Andy would love to see the back of this day today. He'd be thanking it's the last day. Game of the day.
83.
Well, David leaves himself on 92 when he returns.
Well, he may have had an argument with a gate, but he's looking to shut the door on Andy
56.
Hamilton in this particular
David, you
contest.
require 92.
Double 16. Although it
76.
isn't found, but he'll be
Andy, you
hopeful that
require
Hamilton cannot find
154.
something out of the ordinary here.
$88.
Well, finds the treble 20 with
David,
his
you
last dart.
require 16.
But it may be too late in this leg. 88 required.
Game
And he
shot
finds
on
it
the
with his second
leg.
dart.
David
Goes
Fatam.
ahead by 2-0.
Well, I've got some more info on this gate incident.
Third leg. It's David to throw
Go
first.
on then.
Game on.
So he had a bit of a tete-a-tete with a security bar. And he's posted on his social media a clip of him with his hand in
58.
not a very nice condition, saying, "This is what happens when you don't let go of the top of the gate and there is a security bar. The way I performed, I'm sure it can only help."
Okay, sees the bright side of things then.
85.
A light-hearted comment. Well, to be fair, he's had a better day today, so
41.
I'm sure he won't be complaining too much.
Although I'm not going to advertise people hitting themselves against gates or anything like that.
No, it's not recommended.
He's actually doing day-by-day vlogs whilst he's here, David.
56.
Okay, we await to see what he makes of today then.
Very popular thing now amongst not just dart players, but sports people altogether. Really, it was a trend that was
46.
started by Matthew Edgar. I know Damon Hetta does a lot of stuff on social media. Connor Scutt.
Stephen Bunting.
Well, the obvious one, yes.
Some of his TikToks are hilarious.
41.
Very much the modern thing.
$85.
Suppose I won't owe him Binks is a little bit of a social media personality.
Yes, he does his fair share there as well. Very funny.
100.
You can actually book Owen Binks on Cameo. He gives you £5 for the video.
It's a bit harsh, Henrik.
59.
It's his birthday tomorrow.
Who, Binks is?
Yes.
Is it?
$134.
Well, leaves himself on 85. Looking to get a leg on the board.
100. And you require 85.
To 85. Treble 15. So 20 now for the bullseye. Right, we went for the treble 20 and
35.
went into the one.
David, you require
Didn't give himself a
112.
dart at the ball. Always a risk.
He's had a few slips on big numbers today, hasn't he, Hamilton? As Fatam comes back for 112 to open up a 3-0 lead. It's going to be double 16.
80.
It's not quite there, not just yet.
And you require 50.
So another chance for Andy to put this 50 away. Finds the 18 just. Double 16. Too late then.
34.
You can't find it. So
David,
another
you
opportunity
require
now
32.
for David to go 3-0 ahead. Double 16 required.
Seen a couple of times, David. Just wait to be set
on
and
the
then
third leg.
pings the
David
double
Fatam.
16 to move 3-0 up. Well, final order of business for me today is to give you the answer to the tungsten
flag,
teaser, which
it's
came
Andy
off the
to
back
the
of the
right
tungsten
first.
teaser that I ruined
Game on.
earlier. And that was named the 2 Danish players to have played at the Modus Super Series. Congratulations. If you got it at home, you'll get a well done from me. Andreas Toff Jorgensen and Benjamin Drew Roos, the 2 Danish
59.
players to have played in this building.
Of course it is.
Now, even Springboard Poulsen played at the ADC Global Championship, but
100.
hasn't played at the Super Series yet.
We wait and see.
140. 134.
Yeah, good darts there from David as well. Good darts after that 140 from Hamilton. Bit of a grimace on the face there.
92.
Or is Fatam beginning to close in? 267 and 6 darts from here potentially to seal a 4-0. We haven't actually had
60.
a 4-0 scoreline in the group. We haven't had a 4-0 on Monday or Tuesday. No one yet has been brushed in this group.
42.
Well, that doesn't happen very often, does it?
We did have a group last week where 15 of the first 30 games went 4-3, but
86.
pretty sure there was a 4-0 in that. Game 1 was 4-0 last week. That was a...
That
was a 4-0 defeat for Sam Spivey, if memory serves me right, against Scott Campbell. For the match.
$57. Andy require 84.
So a chance for Andy to get a leg on the board in this match. 84 required. Finds a treble 20. Double 12. Double 6 then. And he finds it. Gets that leg on the board. Trails by 3 legs to 1.
5th leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
So Fatam with the darts in his hand to get the job done, to round off a 4-1 win.
134.
To end his day with 10 points on the board. It would put him only a couple behind the pace setters at the top of the table. It would put him level with Ricardo, Ulrich and Carl Sneyd.
40. $100. $58.
Well, the opportunity has presented itself now for David Fatam to get this game won once and for all.
97.
Yeah, leaves himself 170. But has plenty of time to convert. Is Andy way behind in this
56.
leg and can't find a treble
David, you require 170
to make any impact whatsoever. So 170 then. Finds the first treble 20. Treble 18.
98.
The target not found. However, does leave himself 72.
Well, Andy Hamilton has had a day to forget. He won 3 from 5 on Monday. Today has been a torrid Tuesday for him.
72.
And he could be put out of his misery here as Fatam comes back for 72 to complete a 4-1 win. And to end it's been a good day for him. It's double top. And it is a 4-1 win for David Fatam, which moves him on to 10 points in the group. He gets the better of Andy Hamilton, who began the day as the bookmakers' joint favourite to go on and win the group. He's actually bottom of the pile. This is the tail of the tape for the final game of the day. Fatam, a 4-1 winner against Andy Hamilton. That rounds off Tuesday's worth of action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Fatam, a 4-1 winner over Andy Hamilton. Elsewhere in this round of fixtures, Joe Croft got the better of Carl Sneyd by 4 legs to 2. And it is Lorenzo Pronk who is top of the table despite that 4-3 defeat to Ricardo Ulrich in his final game of the day. Lorenzo was 15-4 third favourite before a dart was thrown to goal to win this group, and he is joint top alongside Joe Croft, who's had another productive day. 6 points for him on day 2 of proceedings. Carl Sneyd has lost ground. Ricardo Ulrich has made some gains as well. Him and David Fatam have had decent days themselves, and Andy Hamilton is languished to the bottom of the Group A table. So that is how things look going into Wednesday's play here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Between now and the live darts, we'll be looking back at some of the greatest games in darts' greatest matches. Shane McGurk is going to be the topic of the Tungsten Talk. That's from 10 to 4 this afternoon. We're going to see him at Champions Week come August. Andy Hamilton will be hoping for a better day tomorrow when Group A comes to a close from 9:30 a.m. and it'll all lead to Saturday night's finale to see who's going to join a Super 4 at Champions Week. For myself and Trina Gulliver, thank you so much for your company. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty